Good morning. Good morning once again. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much. Thank you. So for us to begin, yes, I'd want us to introduce ourselves in the chat room. So you just have to put in your name and where you're joining from. Would love to meet you. I mean, virtually. So please, you can go to the chat box and just put in your name and where you are joining from, please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. So I'll also be going through the chat room. So everyone, please, to the chat room now. Put in your name and where you're joining from. Okay, we have Stella. Stella, good morning. You're joining from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you for joining us today. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, we have Emmanuel as well, joining from Ghana. Thank you for joining us today, Emmanuel. Good morning. Good morning. Please, you should keep coming in. All right, I want to share my screen now. Just hold on. Okay. 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 So I also have Kefiwe. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, from Botswana. You're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have Paul from Ghana. Thank you for joining us today. Sylvester from Ghana. Thank you so much for joining us today. I see you. I mean, he's also one of our speakers. So thank you for joining us this early. Yeah. We'll have Cyrus Mugo from Kenya. Thank you for joining us this morning. Please, the rest of us should keep sending in our details on the chat room. I think we're over 30 on the call. I've just received a few. So please, let's engage. I mean, this is the virtual event, so this is like the best way we can meet each other here. So please go ahead and put in your name and where you're joining from in the chat room. Your name and where you're joining from in the chat room. Okay. Please, let's keep it coming in. Okay, I have Ayuba Usman from Nigeria. Ayuba Usman, thank you for joining us. You're welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I have Agedo Osarenre from Nigeria. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We have Adeleke Mahmoud from Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Noela from Kenya. Good morning. Good morning. And thank you for joining us. Also, I'd want us to put in the chat box what you expect from today's summit. I mean, we have power-packed speakers for you guys today. I'm not even joking about this. We have people that we carefully selected for this event. So, I mean, let me know your expectations, what you want to gain from today's summit. Can you put it in the chat room, your expectations, what you want to know, what you would love to learn about? Put it on the chat room, please. All right. Thank you. So I also have Rashid from Nigeria, Mustafa from Gambia. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Thank you for joining us. So if you're just joining, please ensure you engage in the chat room. Just have to include your name and where you're joining us from. Thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, Dallas. Dallas, good morning. Dallas is joining us from the United States. I mean, it's quite early over there, and one of our speakers. So for him to be with us here this morning, it took him a lot of commitment. Thank you, Dallas, for joining us this morning. And definitely, this should be a remarkable conference. Thank you. I have Debbie Ajala from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. We have Amusu from Lagos. Thank you for joining us. Also, I'd also want to see your expectations from today's event. Yeah, your expectations. What do you look forward to gaining or learning from today's event? I mean, this will actually help to, set the pace for our speakers who are already on the call to, try to do all they can to make sure that they answer your questions and everything. Yeah, so we have Peculiar from Nigeria. Thank you for joining us, Peculiar. Miriam, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us from Nigeria. All right. So if you're just joining, please keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. All right. Once again, I want to say thank you and welcome to the summit today, the African Perspective IT-GRC Summit, which was hosted by A4S. And the theme for the summit is Strengthening Africa's Digital Risk Landscape, the role of IT governance, risk, and compliance. So before I move on, I just want us to give it some time for other people that are still joining. Let's say till 10:05, then I would kick off. All right, so please, let's make it very conversational. If you're just joining the call, kindly go to the chat room and put your name down there and also where you're joining us from so we know. I mean, we're expecting people from a lot of places, and this is just like the best way we can meet each other, right? Thank you. I think the last name here is okay, we'll have Dabo. Dabo, forgive me for not pronouncing the first one. I'm not really familiar with this name. So Dabo is joining from Gambia. We'll have Poncel from Nigeria. And we also have Tolu. Yeah, Tolu, thank you so much. Tolu is one of our speakers as well. She's joining from the US. I mean, it's quite early over there, so I can imagine when you have to disturb someone to wake up from his sleep to attend. You should know that they had to, take a lot of sacrifice to be here today. Thank you so much, Tolu, for joining us. Thank you, Dallas. Thank you to other speakers as well. Thank you. Good morning. All right. Please, let's keep it coming in. If you're just joining, please go to the chat box and put down your name and where you're joining us from. Also, I want to see your expectations, please. Your expectations. What do you expect from the speakers? I mean, they're ready for yours. So you guys should start saying what you want to hear or what you want to gain by the end of this event, right? Thank you for joining us. Yeah. To have Gabriel. Gabriel is joining from Nigeria. Thank you, Gabriel, for joining us. So at this point, I think we'll have 1 minute more, right? Then I would kickstart with the event properly. If you're just joining, please, your name and where you're joining from. We have Francis. Francis is joining from Lagos, Nigeria. Francis, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. I mean, we all have a lot of things to do this morning, but you chose to be here. We really don't take it for granted. Thank you to everyone who is on the call. All right. We have Said from Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Thank you, Said, for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'll have to kickstart now. Yeah, so my name is, can you see my screen? Is my screen, I think I'm already sharing my screen, so I definitely should see my screen, right? So for people who will be posting about the event online, right? Please ensure you make use of the hashtags as seen on the screen, and someone will also be sharing it in the chat room. So whenever you post, please make sure you tag us so we can be able to engage with your post as well, and spread the gospel as regards the IT-GRC African Perspective Summit that's going on. So ensure you make use of these hashtags and engage with our post as well, engage with our platforms so we can also engage with your post as well. My name is Ogechi Okechukwu, and I'm the African Perspective Project Lead. And my humble self is going to be your host for today. So definitely you will see my face often. Before the opening speech, I want us to, I'd want to walk you through what we do at A4S. Yeah, A4S is a professional service firm that has supported over 500 clients. Hold on, please. That has supported over 500 clients for more than 15 years, providing independence, objective, and high-quality audits, advisory, assurance, and assessment service and solution across Africa. We are guided by professionalism, independence, and objectivity, supporting organizations to achieve compliance, strengthening governance, and create long-term value. Our multidisciplinary expertise enables us to support organizations in building strong track records in areas such as governance, risk management, compliance, performance improvement, and audit services, and in strengthening their system, improving operational efficiency, and achieving regulatory alignment. Our expertise spans two main categories, which is governance, performance, risk, compliance, and audit services, and monitoring, evaluation, and assessment services. That is GPR, CAS, and MEAS. So through the MEAS arm, A4S delivers ESG reporting services, SDG integration, and impact assessments, and capacity building for sustainable development. So as a specialist in IT-GRC, A4S helps businesses to implement IT governance framework development, enterprise risk management system, compliance audit and gap analysis, internal control structuring, ISO aligned management system, board and executive advisory. We combine global best practices with deep understanding of the African business landscape. We build systems that work, not documents that sit on shelves. So the theme for today's summit is strengthening Africa's digital risk landscape, the role of IT-GRC. And this summit is a premier pan-African virtual forum that brings together regulators, policymakers, technology leaders, governance professionals, cybersecurity experts, auditors, risk practitioners, compliance officers, and business executives to explore the critical role of information technology governance, risk management, and compliance in driving Africa's digital transformation. This summit seeks to foster meaningful dialogues between regulators and industry stakeholders while equipping organizations with the practical strategies to strengthen governance framework, manage technology risk, and achieve regulatory compliance. So at the end of this event, I believe that we should gain this valuable insights here. I mean, actionable knowledge to enhance digital trust. You should also gain actionable knowledge to improve organizational resilience and position your institution for sustainable growth in Africa's rapidly evolving digital economy. Once again, I want to say thank you to everyone that's joining us today from different parts of the world. We have people from Gambia, we have people from Kenya, people from Botswana, people from the United States as well. I mean, irrespective of the time difference, they have to be here. So thank you so much for joining us. And now the opening speech will be done by the Chief Operating Officer at A4S, Edith Ugochukwu. The floor is yours, please.
All right.
Edith.
Good morning.
Good
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be in your midst virtually today. And I'm happy that we have this number who have joined quite early. And we're excited about the conversations that we are going to have today. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Distinguished keynote speakers, our esteemed panelists, industry leaders, partners, colleagues, and participants who are joining us from across Africa and beyond. It is my great pleasure on behalf of A4S to warmly welcome every one of you to this inaugural edition of African Perspectives on IT-GRC. Thank you so much for taking out time to be part of this very important conversation that we are raising today. Our theme today is strengthening Africa's digital risk landscape, the role of IT governance, risk management, and compliance. And this reflects one of the most pressing challenges and opportunities of our time. And I mean, across Africa, digital transformation is accelerating, as we all know, and organizations are embracing artificial intelligence, cloud computing, digital banking, and data-driven innovation to improve services and drive growth. But with these opportunities come increasing cyber threats. You'd agree with me on that, evolving regulations and growing expectations around digital trust. So the question is no longer whether we should embrace technology. The real question is, how do we innovate confidently while remaining secure, resilient, and compliant? And that is why today's conversation matters. And at A4S, we believe that strong governance, effective risk management, and practical compliance are not barriers to innovation. They are foundation that enables sustainable growth and builds trust. So today, we have assembled an exceptional lineup of thought leaders and practitioners who will share their practical insights, real-world experiences, and actionable strategies to help organizations strengthen their digital resilience. So I encourage every one of you to participate actively, both in the chat room and ask questions, share your perspectives also in the chat room, and connect with fellow professionals. Today, in today's summit, feel free to network and share ideas. The true value of this event lies not only in the presentations, but also in the conversations and collaborations that they inspire. So before I conclude, I would like to sincerely thank our distinguished speakers, our partners, and every participant for their commitment to advancing IT governance, risk management, and compliance across Africa and beyond. So today, we can build a future where Africa's digital transformation is not only innovative, but also secure, resilient, and trusted. So thank you once again for joining us, and I wish every one of us an insightful and impactful event. Welcome to African Perspective, IT-GRC 2026. It's a pleasure once again to be here, and we're going to have a great conversation today. Thank you for having me, Ogechi. Ogechi, the audio is not, we can't hear the audio. So maybe you can take that video later on while we have Dr. Orlando on, please.
All right, thank you so much, Edith, for that wonderful opening address, right? So right now we have our CEO, Dr. Orlando, on the call, and he will be taking the floor now. Dr. Orlando, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I'm going to say ASP.
Hello, Dr. Orlando.
Okay, so while he's joining, you can play the video now while he's joining.
All right.
And please activate your audio as well.
Okay.
What is cybersecurity? This video will define cybersecurity, outline key terms such as theft and information security, give examples of why cybersecurity is important. Cybersecurity is how individuals and organizations reduce the risk and impact of cyber attacks. It involves protecting councils' devices, networks, services, and the data held on each from unauthorized access, disruption, damage, or theft. Information, data, devices, networks, and services are referred to as assets in the context of cybersecurity. They are the components of your council's digital system that are valuable and could therefore be exploited by malicious actors. You might see the term information security used interchangeably with cybersecurity. Information security looks at securing information in any form, including digital and printed formats, while cybersecurity is focused on protecting digital data, the systems upon which the data sits, and networks via which the data can be accessed. To understand the difference, let's look at patient records in the NHS as an example. Cybersecurity ensures the protection of electronic records. Information security includes not only securing these electronic records, but also covers the protection of any information held in physical form. such as patient information that is printed or written down. Cybersecurity is important because the delivery of many council services relies on digital assets. Threats to these assets include critical services offline, or sensitive data is disclosed publicly, which could damage a council's reputation, hurt its finances, affect its ability to safeguard and deliver services to residents. Cybersecurity is a vast field, and you will encounter terms like cyber resilience, cyber threat, and cyber risk. These terms can be utilised by anyone in local government. We encourage you to keep an eye out for them in future videos and speak with others in your council about them. There are many resources that can help you learn more about how cybersecurity applies to your council. For instance, the National Cybersecurity Centre, or NCSC website, is the best first port of call for clarifying cybersecurity questions you have. There is also government support on cybersecurity available from the Centre for National Protective Security Fund and the National Cyber Council. This video is part of the series designed to expand your understanding of digital, technology, and cybersecurity concepts. Check out other videos to keep on learning.
All right. Thank you so much for being on the call. So right now we'll be having Dr. Orlando Lumide. He would be in charge. Yeah, he's going to be taking the next section of the summit. Dr. Orlando, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Should I stop sharing my screen, Dr. Orlando?
I think I have taken over the screen. Can you hear me though?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Brilliant. So, well, thank you very much for being here, everybody. So, if you've made it here already, even as of now, so a big round of applause for yourselves in the chat room, everybody. A massive, massive, massive round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's always a pleasure to have great minds like yourselves coming together to have discussions. So, I will go straight into it. I'm Dr. Orlando Olumide Odejide. I'm the managing partner of A4S. And once again, I'm grateful to all of you that you've decided to join us here today. And a big thank you to the organizers. So please, everybody, this event will not be possible if not for the blood and sweat and tears of a couple of people, Edith being one of them, Oyinkan being one of them, Ogechi that is speaking. So please help me say thank you to them in the chat room, everybody. Please, thank you very much. Help me say big thank you to them. They deserve it. The team that put, and they've got about a dozen other persons who work for them to put these events together. So I'm grateful to them. Without their hard work, it's impossible for us to have this type of meeting. So thank you very much, everyone that is helping me say thank you to them. I'm grateful as it is. So the next is the great lineup of speakers that we have today that have honored our invitation. They have done it at no cost. We're not paying anybody here any money. They've been kind enough to do this as part of their what I like to call ISR, individual social responsibility. So from Dallas Bishop that is here to Abel that is here to George and Professor Abolo, to Tolu, to Mr. Sylvester, and to Ekanem. These people, all of them have decided to come to speak at this event as part of their individual social responsibility, dispensing the years of their experience for free and sharing their own thoughts and their opinions. So once again, that will be the third set of people that I need you to help me say thank you to. So everybody, this persons, let me say thank you to all of them. The seven great speakers and panelists that we have today. They haven't charged us a dime, not in naira, not in Ghana cedis, not in dollars, and nothing. And all of them are big people in every sphere of work. that all of them have agreed to come to support this initiative. A big, big, big thank you to all of them. So please, once again, that will be the third set. The first set was yourselves, the second set were the organizers, and these great speakers. So please, thank you to them. All of them, amazing people. They have years and years and years of experience. Some of them I know personally because I've worked with them, and that they all that Bishop has allowed has agreed to do this, the Abel has agreed to do this, the judge has agreed to do this, the prof has agreed to do this. Definitely, Tolu, thank you very much, Mr. Sylvester and Ekanem, once again. So thank you to all of you. We're grateful for you agreeing to do this and to dispense, to bless people and to dispense your knowledge and skills and experience and even exposure today. So big thank you to all of you. I have a few things to say. I mean, these conversations that we're having are a big deal, and I'll share this with everybody. So I was doing some work with a client, and if you look on my screen, you got those six things smack in the middle of what we're talking about. And this IT governance, risk, and compliance that we're talking about is a big deal. It's a big deal. I was with one of the biggest oil and gas companies earlier this week, and this is the work. In fact, this is the similar type work that we're doing for them, and I'll share this with you. It's not a secret to tell you how you need to start to think about what it is that you're doing for your own organization. So you can see vision, you can see strategy, you can see customer experience, you can see operating model, you can see technology and data, you can see people and culture, you can even see value realization and the thinking around all this. And I think each of you that you're here today, your job is to go back to your organization to help transform each of your own organizations using models like this and thinking through things like this. So if you look at the value dimensions on one hand, financial performance, the business is completely or intricately linked to technology. In fact, you can almost tell that in this modern day, a business is the business is IT and how IT is governed and managed in itself. And I also need you to look at the foundational pillars that are here. And I'm certain that a lot of our speakers are going to do justice to a lot of these things. If you look at the foundational pillars, governance, leadership, data and insights, technology, cyber security and trust, and change adoption. You can also look at the things that will make these things successful. That's why we have the success factors. And I skipped the guiding principles at the very beginning. So everybody, if you go back up and you look at those principles, so once again, the question is, are these principles, are they working in your own organizations? Do these principles in themselves, do they even exist in your own organization? So the principles of being customer-centric, value-driven, data-driven, cloud, whether in-country cloud or global cloud, was security, agility, inclusiveness, and even ethics and resilience. So this is a brilliant thing. So if you, I mean, you can take a screenshot, everybody, and you can start to say that, how do we implement this as an organization so that it doesn't just end as a beautiful diagram, but how do we put this to work? As I said, I was doing some work for a client, and this is what we're using to guide, what I am using to guide the engagement and reviewing where they are and also helping them decide how can they move forward. Also at the topmost right, you'll see the transformation outcomes in there. So if you're transforming as an organization, what exactly should be the outcomes in themselves? And of course, at the bottom of the page, you can see something like some kind of implementation roadmap in itself. And some people might be able to go through the entire roadmap in 1 year. Some other organizations might take 3 years or maybe even more to go from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3, phase 4, and even phase 5. And as they like to say, if it's not measured, then it might not be working. I put some KPIs in there, some key things that you should be worried about if you're digitally transforming your organization and if you're going to have optimal IT governance, risk, and even compliance as an organization. So once again, I encourage everybody to take a screenshot. I'll put the screenshots of this in the chat room in the next 1 minute. And I know that everybody today is going to speak to some of these things from different perspectives. I'm not one of the celebrated speakers. We have 7 great panelists and speakers, so I'm going to give way to them to be able to educate us appropriately. But mine is to set the background for what it is. And you see that everything that we're going to speak about today is going to fall into somewhere on this screen. There's everything we're going to be speaking about today is going to fall into one place or the other on this screen. So once again, I encourage you all to take a screenshot and to try to fit in everything that is going to be said today into this diagram, and hopefully you can go put some execution to this work and your organization can reap the benefits of optimal IT governance, risk, and compliance. So once again, thank you to all of you that have attended or that are here. A big thank you to the organizers, and a big thank you to all the speakers that have agreed to do this at their own time and also on their own out of their own individual benevolence city. So once again, thank you very much, and I wish us a beautiful and successful conference. Thank you. We'll get you back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lando. Thank you so much. So that was Dr. Lando, the co-founder and the managing director at A4S. Thank you so much for that brilliant speech. So moving on to the next section for the day, we'll be having Dallas. So Dallas, please hold on. I'll have to read out his profile first. Please hold on. Okay, so the first keynote section will be taken by Dallas Bishop, and the keynote address is going to be Building Digital Trust in Africa, the strategic role of IT governance, risk management, and compliance in a rapidly evolving economy. Dallas is a globally recognized digital trust executive with over 25 years of experience in governance, risk, compliance, cybersecurity, privacy, and artificial intelligence. He's a seasoned executive consultant, entrepreneur, educator, and thought leader who has helped organizations across diverse industries, strengthening governance framework, manage digital risk, and build resilient compliance program. Dallas has advised Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and multinational organizations on regulatory compliance, information security, privacy, AI governance, and enterprise risk management, leveraging leading frameworks such as ISO, NIST, GDPR, DORA, NIS2, and the EU AI Act. He has held senior leadership roles with HP Enterprise, Security Services, publicly traded consulting organization, and the U.S. government institution, including the U.S. Senate and the Federal Aviation Administration. He's also an active contributor to the several international organizations for standardization, ISO, committees focused on information security, artificial intelligence, innovation management, blockchain, and auditing standards. A high sought-after speaker and instructor, Dallas has taught and mentored thousands of professionals globally through leading organizations, including ISACA, ISC2, IAPP, IEEE, and ISO. His extensive credentials spans cybersecurity, privacy, governance, risk management, compliance, auditing, and AI management system, making him a trusted voice in advancing digital trust and organizational resilience worldwide. Once again, thank you, Dallas, for joining us on the call, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, I'm delighted to be here with all of you from the United States. I'm currently in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So fortunately, at this time of day at 3 in the morning, I don't really have a lot of conflicts with other client stuff. So I get the opportunity to provide you with the keynote speech for this remarkable conference. So as you can tell, given the extensive introduction for my background, I think the general conclusion that you might develop is that I must be fairly old, but I still really love what I do. I think it's a wonderful time to actually be inside of the industry, and there's lots of interesting challenges and opportunities for us out there. So I'll go ahead and step into that. So here's what I'd like to begin with. In the world of systems thinking, which is a management science area, there's an interesting axiom that says today's solutions are tomorrow's problems. And there's never been a time that where that axiom is more true. So there's so many things that are changing and so many new opportunities that are presenting themselves. Today's problems are also tomorrow's opportunities. And the world of opportunities for us is very rich at the moment. So let me take a moment and introduce a couple of thoughts to you here that'll be important. Things that one of the things that I've learned over the course of time with people that I've worked with, and frequently I'll have clients that ask me how I became so brilliant, and I'll explain to them that given the number of years that I've been inside of the industry, that most people, especially when I'm wearing a suit and stuff, they can't see the scars on my back from doing stupid things, but that's how we learn. And so it's important that we're brave enough about the future to be able to look at things. So, but one of the key things that along the way that somebody taught me, and right now is an important time to pay attention to this, is it's not the things that are being discussed that are the big risks and the things that are dangerous. It's the things that nobody is talking about. Because usually when you have awareness, there's a sense of, I know that that's going on, and you're more inclined to actually pay attention to and make sure that you've got proper risk management practices in place. But because of the transformational nature of the industry right now, we're doing lots of things that we've never done before, and we're doing lots of things in ways that we've never done it before. And all of those things create professional risks for us that we'll want to pay attention to. So let me take a moment and talk about some of the statistics that I see out there, but also point out that the key focus of this presentation is not to look backwards, but to look forward, because most of the risks and stuff, while we can learn from the past, a lot of the things that we need to pay attention to professionally these days are things that are in front of us that we probably have not experienced before. So I'm going to take this slide and start out by saying, to a certain degree, you shouldn't pay any attention to the slide at all, but I'll go through it nonetheless. Some of the things that I see with the African marketplace is that statistically, it's not very well understood, and it's not necessarily a great indicator of what's really going to happen out there. So some of the things that cause issues is on segmentation, that the African statistical representations frequently get thrown in with the Middle East numbers. And while these numbers may or may not be accurate, I'm going to characterize them as they really shouldn't be important. If your professional focus is on looking at numbers like this and trying to figure out how much of the $10.85 billion risk market you're going to get and stuff, then you're just a spectator. And what the industry really needs is active practitioners inside of the marketplace. So instead, let's talk about a couple of market challenges and stuff that we see out there. So some of the market challenges and constraints are high implementation and customization costs inside of Africa. But I'm going to suggest to you that in the current innovations and changes in the technology marketplace and things with AI, you're going to see those numbers come down, or you get the opportunity for that. It depends upon how proactive the industry is and basically how you try and take advantage of some of the new transformational things. So on this first bullet, I'm going to make the following observation or prediction. Reasons why legacy systems have not been transformed into new generation solutions will be almost impossible to justify in the future. So, the current position in a number of cases is it would cost us too much to actually put in a new solution. Is rapidly going to become it's costing us too much to keep what we've got. And those changes and stuff on transformation and bringing in new technologies, new API and software development languages and stuff will create both changes, opportunities, and risks inside the marketplace. Legacy system integration challenges are at a certain point are just going to be simply overcome because it is not that hard or it's not as difficult to create modern solutions as it used to be. So it used to be, and I've got a number of clients that are going through this right now, where they've got, for instance, old COBOL mainframe solutions, and the cost of trying to transform those systems was just too high, but not anymore. So that's not the conversation the clients are having out there. There is a shortage of skilled professionals worldwide. That's a good thing. In fact, when I'm out teaching for either IAPP or ISAC or ISC squared and stuff, we talk about some of the different challenges inside the marketplace. But I don't know about you. I would rather be in a world where there is a shortage of what I'm selling to the marketplace in terms of having opportunity and prosperity on a professional basis. Then data privacy, data sovereignty, and regulatory challenges are still going to continue to drive stuff. It's really important to note, so especially like with information security, I talk with a lot of clients. I've got a background in aviation safety and stuff, and sometimes I talk about the fact that safety and information security have a tight parallel with each other, to the degree that in both cases you're arguing for funding to stop something from happening that you can't prove will happen. But in regulatory cases, it doesn't matter whether it's going to happen or not. And so it's important to leverage those capabilities. And with a lot of clients, I regularly remind them that in terms of trying to get funding for their initiatives, the things that they tie to regulatory mandates make it easier for them to sell. Because, for instance, like, I was doing a project with a CIO in the healthcare industry, and we got into a conversation about something that wasn't there during the middle of an audit. And his response was, "Yeah, Dallas, we thought about that, but we decided that we're going to take the risk on that." And I had to explain to the gentleman's name was Max. And Max, that's interesting that you have that perspective, but you're talking about information risk management in terms of unacceptable and acceptable risk and making a discretionary determination about that. I'm talking about a regulatory requirement. Do you think that you could put that in place before the end of the week so I don't have to write an audit finding on that, which would be very disruptive out there? Then the next thing that we'll move to, though, is today's world is very different. And this is really the heart of the presentation. I'm going to touch on 4 different topics inside of here as we move along. The first one's going to be a little bit about AI, which is pervasive and everywhere. But in addition to being the vice chairman for ISO Committee 27, which sets the information security, cybersecurity, and privacy management standards, we manage about 240 international standards. So I'm also a voting member in the US for SC42, which controls all things AI. And I'll speak to that in a moment, along with SC279, which is the innovation management standard in the world of ISO, and SC307, which is blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. And you can do a lot more than cryptocurrencies and financial stuff inside of that world. But as we talk about AI here in a moment, one of the points that I'll make in advance is AI itself is a form of innovation. And innovation and knowledge management is going to serve a core role in setting a number of problems. For instance, legacy system transformation stuff aside. We're going to take a moment and talk a little bit about the influence of regulatory markets. But I'm going to finish this with what I think is probably the most important thing that I can say to you is that professional literacy creates opportunities and will accelerate your careers and your companies forward, but only if you're professionally literate. And the vocabulary and the challenges and stuff out there are different. That's not a bad thing, but it is definitely an opportunity. And the professionals that can actually master that will do far better looking into the future inside of the marketplace associated with that. All right, so here, let me talk about the flavors of AI. So frequently when I'm engaged with clients and they're trying to understand AI governance and a number of other things, an example of a problem with literacy out there, because a lot of folks don't know what the terminology is and what they need to pay attention to. What creates the risk inside the AI marketplace? I have to frequently point out to clients that AI, while it may seem like it's a new thing, so if you go all the way back to Alan Turing, who's really the father of AI and the guy that cracked the German Enigma machines, or go through the Dartmouth conference in 1956 and stuff. We've actually been doing AI for quite a while, but it's been sort of a side specialty area and not as pervasive as it is inside of different organizations. And a lot of people that were prominent, I'll say from like the mid 1950s through about 2015. Now, I'm going to pick that point as that's about the point where you start to see the introduction of the concepts of AI governance. So we spent a lot of time with AI before that. And I've got different AI PhDs that either work for me or work with me. And one of the funny conversations that we have is I'll talk about something that just happened. And my AI PhDs have been, some of them have been doing AI for 30, 40 years. We'll start laughing about, we made that mistake 30 years ago. So on the literacy point, this is an important issue for you, for everybody to be able to pay attention in the marketplace. A number of the companies these days are hiring AI technologists who have only been doing AI for a couple of years, and they are completely enamored with all of the great, wonderful, and miraculous things that AI can do, but they've spent almost zero time and have no training in how AI goes wrong. And the science of how AI makes mistakes and stuff is well established because we've been making mistakes for decades with AI. So one of the things that we look for in audit and management consulting on AI with clients is basically, what is your internal AI literacy program look like? Because it's a lot better to actually learn from somebody else's mistakes and not make those mistakes than to actually stand in front of a board and try and explain how things went so wrong. At that point, somebody's going to start bringing up history and pointing out that that's not really a new mistake. The other thing that we're seeing out in the marketplace, especially with agentic AI, is all of the great things that it can do, but agentic AI is widely outstripping standards and protocols, things that we've used before. So I'll give you a quick example. I recently had a request from on a book review, and I was reading through it and discussing it with the author, and he wanted to represent how are we going to actually account for the identity of agentic AIs and control access control. And I point out to him, we've solved those problems previously. Agentic AI, because it doesn't have proper standards and stuff associated with it and isn't constrained by that, is introducing new problems or new versions of old problems that we've had in the past. And we have to be very careful that the charge of the cavalry for the agentic AI cowboys does not get our organizations in trouble because they have inadequate standards to be able to manage what are effectively old problems that we saw before. How do you provision the identity of an agent and how do you control access control? You don't do that and then figure out how to control it. You should have the standards to manage the risk and know how that's done before you allow that into the environment. All right. The other thing is that AI will not make GRC obsolete. So one of the things the ISO committees I sit on is the ISO committee that writes the standard for how all of the ISO management systems are audited. So quality management systems, service management systems, information security management systems, even AI management systems. And one of the things that we realized when we were issuing the new release for the management standard on how to audit was the identification that it's too early and we don't understand AI well enough, but it does create a number of different challenges. So when I say it won't make it obsolete, AI will never get to the point where an audit report can be issued by AI without human intervention. It's just simply not going to work that way, especially given the fact that AI has the capacity to knowingly, because it has no concept of ethics, it can lie to you. For instance, there's cases where attempts to shut an AI system down, the AI system fought the organization over that. AI literacy is a competitive advantage, as I've sort of identified. So the important thing in regards to AI in our world of GRC is look to where the industry is going. Literacy is going to help you with that. And as the old hockey term would say, skate to where the puck will be if you want to be able to score with it. So if you're going to run your business the way that you did last year, you're probably not learning to skate to where the puck is going to be at. So you'll need to make adjustments in that regard. So here's the ISO 56000 standard on innovation management. And one of the key things that's happening, and this has become increasingly more important, is that products and services, so like with ISO 9001 on quality management of products and services, you're starting to see organizations look at how they're going to manage stuff. So how you take an idea and ideate the idea and turn it into a product is a very different process model than how do you take a product and service, manage the quality that's associated with it. Here's some of the funny things that companies need to learn actually how to do, and GRC professionals can play a role in this. Not all ideas should survive. And so one of the problems with the portions of the organizations that are running innovation management is that they want to keep iterating the idea and figuring out how to improve it and stuff when it does not have the ability to actually achieve its intended objective. So if you take an innovation portfolio development model like this about how do you identify what are the approved opportunities, because you're going to spend all sorts of money and tie up human capital and other things, and it can become a significant and dangerous distraction to the organization. And I'll use AI as an example of that. The MIT study that, I wasn't surprised by, and that number is going to get better. But a lot of the AI initiative stuff, 95% of the stuff that was being introduced could not produce positive return on investment because they weren't managing the innovation side of it properly. So, how do you take your ideas, create concepts, validate the concepts, develop solutions, and deploy it? Not all of the ideas that you have will get to the far right side and become a deployed solution. At that point, they leave the innovation portfolio and become controlled products and services and inequality management side. But before they get there, organizations need to understand how to manage innovation. It is a completely different science, and there are different ways to do that. And companies can both waste money and distract themselves by not managing that properly. Let's talk a little bit about predictable regulatory markets inside of here. So it's important to recognize that there's a couple of different trends that are going on out there. Regulations are starting to move towards adaptable frameworks. That means that they become repeatable, and you start to see more cases where, just out of necessity, national regulatory bodies are basically looking at what's everybody else in the world doing and how much of that could I leverage to be able to get my regulations in place. And that's better for the marketplace, by the way, because for companies, one of the great burdens that's troublesome for them is I operate in a specific market, but to sell my product in 20 different markets, there's 20 different ways that I've got to adapt to that. And increasingly, to the pleasure of industry, they're seeing more and more cases where national governments are basically starting to model each other, that plagiarism becomes a virtue inside there. So there's no shame in the regulatory marketplace for basically reusing what somebody else has actually created, as long as it makes sense and you start to see things blended together. There is a tension, though, between regulations and innovation, and AI is really a great example of that, especially the recent modifications to the EU AI Act, are a reflection of trying to figure out how to regulate it is important because AI does create risk to society, but we can't be so onerous about that that we actually destroy the innovation marketplace. So when you look at it, and not taking sides in this argument, if you look at the approach that the US is trying to implement in terms of making sure that the regulatory impacts on AI don't stifle innovation, it'd be important to take note of the following. Here, I'm going to make a remark that's probably going to surprise a number of you. So you may feel like you're way behind on AI, and that while AI is constantly changing and running as fast as it can, there's just simply no way for you to be able to keep up with everything. And that's sort of a common perspective. But here's the reality, and I say this sincerely: everybody is still at the starting line. When I say everybody, the US versus the EU, the current state of AI in the African marketplace, what it will become will be so much bigger than what you probably see right now. And I'm gonna take a parallel and draw the following analogy. When the telephone was originally introduced, the big market for that was that Morse code operators, teletype operators, would be able to talk to each other and reconcile messages and other things. At that point in time, the big marketplace for the telephone was to be able to handle communications between teletype Morse code operators. And in reality, it completely replaced the industry. And now, so what they thought was the size of the market, now think about the use of phones, cell phones, and all the iterations and stuff, and how pervasive it is, and all the other things that are done between messaging and authentication solutions and everything else. AI is very much like the introduction of the phone. So what we think that it's going to be, it's important to speculate and stuff, but none of us are going to get it right. It's going to be very messy because we're going to have to make mistakes, learn from the mistakes, and transform things. All right, so back to the regulatory marketplace. Financial penalties are increasingly being used as funding mechanisms. Government agencies or regulatory bodies are using financial penalties to basically fund the regulatory bodies. And that creates some unusual motivations in basically how regulatory markets function. I think we could all reasonably argue that really the justification of a regulation shouldn't be based on how much money do we have to be able to keep the regulatory body going, but that is a model that's being used out there. And compliance risk can actually be higher than detection risk. So I'm going to use a little bit of my aviation background and identify more than once I've seen cases where the cost of compliance was so high that the businesses calculated, we don't think that we will be detected if we are in a non-compliant state. And even if we get caught, we think that the fines and penalties would be below the cost of compliance. And there's a lot of things that are going on in the marketplace in a non-aviation context and stuff that look like that. So compliance risk is going to remain a significant driver, but it's also going to be problematic inside the marketplace. And so with that, let's then move to professional literacy. So here's some of the things that happens when you're professionally literate. It changes the complexity in terms of making it interpretable. And if we understand patterns and how to think through problems, I'll take, for instance, a representation from Einstein or Richard Feynman or folks in the physics world. The big thing that we need to understand is not how to memorize things, but to learn how to think about things in terms of problem solving and what patterns should we be using. Decision-making risks for a number of the organizations are going to have to be managed. And in the world of GRC and especially trying to do audit and oversight with organizations, right now, because there are so many things that organizations are doing that they've never done before. And again, I'll go back and use AI, that the organizations are going to have to make decisions with an incomplete picture. So if you take the approach from Jeff Bezos, where with Amazon, he got the company to think that you need 70 to 80% of basically the solution to be able to make a decision. A lot of stuff that I spend with clients these days is trying to help them understand what do you need in terms of inputs to be at a point where you can actually make a decision and stuff. And if we go back to innovation management, there's lots of things when you're trying to innovate a solution that you don't know. So, but you do need to understand what is the intended outcome, what information minimally is required to be able to make a decision, and then have ways to actually watch the development of that, especially with innovations and stuff associated with that. But there's a huge career to be built around that. And organizational resilience really requires an improvement. And none of those things in terms of decision making can actually be achieved without professional literacy. So while progress sounds wonderful, it does mean change, and change has enemies, which is an indirect quote or paraphrased quote from John Kennedy along the way. So with that, I hope that you guys have a wonderful and informative conference, that you try and get as much out of it. But while you're doing that, during the course, take the four key points that I sort of pointed out or introduced to you this morning during the keynote, and try and reflect on how is the information from the conference reinforce the importance of those 4 points. So with that, again, I wish you a wonderful conference, and make sure that you use it to help prepare for your future. Let's see what wonderful questions that you might have.
All right. Thank you so much, Dallas. That was a wonderful presentation. That was a wonderful one. I mean, for me, I would say that yes, please let's give him a round of applause in the chat verse. I mean, this was a power-packed one, and I would say that yes, everyone here has something to go with from your presentation today. For me, right, I would say that my own big takeaway is when you mentioned, I have my notepad here, I had to jot down some things. When you mentioned that AI is not a uniform phenomenon, right? It has different flavors and creates different challenges as well. So I mean, like even in this advance of AI coming and all of that, this is not a time for us to be scared about what is going to happen. This is a time for us to embrace the system, embrace AI, and integrate it into all that we do. Because even while you try to make use or adopt these AI tools, like you mentioned, over time we'll have to learn, we'll have to make mistakes, learn from our mistakes, and also be transformed while going through these processes. So thank you so much for this. Please put in your questions in the chat box while we address Mr. Dallas before he leaves us. I mean, he has to go back to sleep. We really root for that. I really work hard for that. So please jump in, keep your questions in the chat room so he can take the questions and respond to that. Please, your
There's a
questions in the
question in the
chat room.
chat room. There's a question in the chat room, Ogechi.
Okay. All right. So I saw there's one from Mr. Said Kadiri. He said, thank you very much. His question is this. How exactly can AI be implemented in security, governance, and compliance? Dallas, did you get that or should I come again? Hello? Dallas, if you're speaking, you're muted. Please unmute.
Thanks. I'll get myself back on mute. I like to joke that I just said several wonderful, brilliant things, but I can't remember what those are. So I'll have to say new brilliant things now. So the reality with AI inside of GRC is, first of all, while we're introducing it and learning, make sure that you don't take AI results as basically truth. The common thing that folks have is they basically put in questions and stuff inside of prompts, get an answer, and assume automatically that it's correct. AI makes lots of mistakes right now. So be careful about the introduction and how you increasingly develop confidence in the outcome. The next thing that I'm going to say is AI creates some significant challenges in client organizations. I've had cases where AI is being used for transcription services and a number of other things where the transcript isn't actually technically accurate. That's one problem. But a more important problem that we've seen with clients is in audit, and especially dealing with privacy or intellectual property information and not knowing where the information is going to be stored at. We've actually had to stop the AI interaction to make sure that the data is actually being properly protected during the course of the audit. And at a certain point, then we'll turn AI back on for transcription services and other things. But you're going to see a number of different introductions of AI-driven audit tools. So again, you'll need to actually put them through testing to understand why they're accurate in terms of evidence generation or analysis. You're also going to see, at least this is the current state, there are any number of cases where in interviews, if I listen to the voice of the individual, I can tell that they're being less than candid. In interviews, we don't accuse people of lying to us. Sometimes it's not intentional. They're just making mistakes and stuff. But AI doesn't have the ability to actually deal with all forms of evidence. and be able to collect and interpret it properly, which is one of the reasons why I said at least for the foreseeable future and for lots of other reasons, there's always going to be a human role in terms of audit and assessment work in the GRC field. But the capability for companies to use AI to automate and improve how they handle stuff, to be leaner and be able to do things faster, the ability to monitor and watch organizations using AI will be significantly better. Right. I'm happy to take a follow-up question in regards to that or any other question that you folks might have.
All right. Thank you so much for that brilliant response, Dallas. So we have a second question. We're taking one more question and that'll be all for you. So this second question is from Stella Paul. She said, as AI becomes more powerful, cyber threats becomes more sophisticated and regulations continues to evolve. What is the one organizational capacity every business should invest in today to ensure it remains trusted, resilient, and compliant over the next 5 years? Did you get that?
Right. First of all, AI will always outpace regulations and the mistakes and the issues and stuff. If you take the recent event with OpenAI actually in a brand new test model, getting out of its controlled environment and then attempting to successfully hack Hugging Face. And I'll mention real briefly, one of the reasons why that was detected was AI solutions in the Hugging Face environment actually saw that event occurring inside of here. But OpenAI had no idea that AI was going to actually figure out how to actually hack its own controlled environment to be able to get itself out and where it was going to go inside of there. So trying to understand confidence models and stuff associated with it. Here's one of the interesting sort of audit and assessment things that happens with AI systems in an SDLC or software system development lifecycle. In the test phase, which is sometimes called verification and validation, you still have that requirement with AI. But now you have new things that you need to test for, biases, that the weights and algorithms aren't set properly. Those are completely different. And an AI solution is very different than a transactional system post-production. In post-production, because it's continuing to learn, it can develop what we refer to as hallucinations that it would not have hallucinated the day before. So post-production monitoring of AI is a completely new phenomenon. Real briefly, in a traditional transactional system, in test and validation, when you calculate that 1 + 1 equals 2, and the test basically demonstrates the code knows how to calculate that properly. That's a traditional transactional system. AI systems don't behave that way because they're constantly learning. So, as an example of hallucination, yesterday the AI system knew that 1 + 1 is 2. Today it thinks that it is a blue tree. It's not even a number anymore. It's a completely new fabricated stuff. And so you're seeing that in the legal community where AI you might say, please its master and having no real restraints on confidence levels and stuff will start to create legal citations that have never actually occurred before. So it's creating new fabrications on the fly in ways that it didn't do yesterday. So we'll have to be careful with things like that. All right. Right. Next question.
All right, I think these are the only questions we have for you in
Okay.
the chat box, Dallas.
All right.
Thank you so
Very
much
good.
for the wonderful section, and well, very grateful to have you join us today, even with the time and all of that from your end. So I think this
Yeah.
is the time where we would move on to the next. Oh,
Okay,
do you have something
great.
to say? All right.
Thank you so much
All
for the
right.
time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today.
Thank you.
Have a great
All
conference.
right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dallas. All right. I believe we all had one or two takeaways from the first keynote section. I mean, Dallas did a very great job there, and would love if you have any question as well, you can as well put it on the chat box. And Dallas, please, you can also hold on for a couple of minutes to respond to people on the chat room while we move on to the next speaker for today. Hold on, please. Okay. So for the second keynote speaker, this keynote address will be delivered by Professor Emmanuel Moore Abolo, and he will be, hold on, please. Okay, so he'll be addressing the keynote from cyber threats to digital resilience, strengthening Africans' future through integrated IT-GRC frameworks. Emmanuel Moore Abolo is an adjunct professor in practice managerial economics and holds a PhD degree in economics with over 30 years of dynamic and impactful knowledge in risk management, corporate governance, GRC, ESG, strategy and strategic transformation, leadership and compliance with extensive experience cutting across several sectors and industries. He is known globally as the risk master and certified public speaker. He was listed by the World Bank as one of the finest minds in risk management in Africa and a recipient of the Federal Government of Nigeria National Merit Award. Founder and DG, the Economic Think Tank Center, GMD, CEO of the Risk Management Academy Limited, board member of 5 other companies. He was the past president, Risk Management Association of Nigeria, currently council member, Justin Lehman Group, president of the Institute for Governance, Risk Management and Compliance Professionals. He's an external reviewer for 3 risk management journals in Ukraine, an editorial board member, Journal of the Finance, Economics and Management Sciences, USA. He's currently a mentor at the Tony Ilumelu Foundation. He's an accomplished author, poet, and integrated ESG specialist. Once again, in the chat room, please, you can make your reactions by giving him a clap, a thumbs up, as we welcome Professor Emmanuel Abolo. Professor, the floor is yours right now. Thank you. Professor Emmanuel, are you on the call?
Yes. Hello. Let's say, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely very happy. I just noticed that we have 157 participants here. That is quite huge. I think that is the largest audience I have spoken to in the last 2 years. So I need to commend the organizers of this program. It's quite interesting. And this morning, I'm expected I'm not making a presentation, I'm a keynote speaker. So I'm going to share my thoughts with you on this important subject. I just finished speaking with the board of RegTech, which is owned by Hearst Holding, Tony Elumelu. I was just addressing the board members. So I thought this is very, very important for me. I must find a way around to navigate and come here to share my thoughts with you. So please permit me to share my slides with you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to be addressing or interrogating the subject of cyber threats to digital resilience. How do we strengthen Africa's future through integrated IT-GRC frameworks? I'm sure many of us are familiar with the concept of GRC, that is governance, risk, and compliance. But here we are talking about integrated IT-GRC, using IT to drive governance, risk, and compliance frameworks. This is a very, very interesting subject, and please, let's go through it. Let me say good morning, distinguished leaders, visionaries and the guardians of the African, digital frontier. I want you to look around yourself. Just look around, because what you're about to witness is it's not merely a conference as I see it, but the crucible where the future of this continent is being forged. So we are gathered here, almost 200 here. We gather here not to dwell on the chilling headlines of ransomware or the paralyzing fear of data breaches, but to declare with unwavering conviction that our narrative will not be written by the faceless adversaries in the digital shadows or in the digital space. So we are here to ignite a paradigm shift. Yes, that's why we are here, to ignite a paradigm shift and to transform our greatest vulnerability into our most formidable strength. We are here to build a digital ecosystem so robust, so intelligent, and so inherently resilient that it becomes a global blueprint for excellence. So we are trying to do, we want to build a global blueprint for the world. It's a global blueprint for excellence as far as the fight against cyber crimes or cyber threat is concerned. So as we navigate into the architecture of integrated GRC frameworks, we are not just reinforcing firewalls. I mean, technology guys know how to do that, reinforcing firewall. We are raising the pillars of a new era of trust, governance, and sovereign technological independence. So I ask you, are you ready to not just survive the storm, but to become the very force, the very foundation that commands the winds of change? Because, my friends, the journey from reactive defense to proactive digital greatness begins right now with us, and it promises to be the most exhilarating and consequential adventure of our time. And I want to repeat that. It promises to be the most exhilarating, the most exciting and insightful, consequential adventure of our time. So let me begin with a number that should stop us all in our tracks. 10 billion US dollars. That is the total financial loss Africa suffered to cybercrime in 2023. This is not a distant problem, as you know it. It's not a distant problem. This is a crisis unfolding in real time across our continent. Now, the data released by the Interpol's 2025 Africa Cyber Threat Assessment report paints an even more alarming picture. Cybercrime now accounts for more than 30% of all reported crimes in East and West Africa. 2/3 of African member states report that cybercrime represents a medium to high percentage of total crime, and the victim count has skyrocketed from 35,000 to 87,000 in just 1 year. Is this not frightening? So let's try to look at the distribution of these attacks, and we'll see that this distribution is not uniform. And our understanding of this distribution, will help us to look at the hotspots which reveal the critical vulnerabilities within the continent. So let's go to Ethiopia. Ethiopia leads the continent with a staggering more than 11,000 weekly attacks per organization, a direct consequence of rapid digital transformation and pacing security implementation. Let's come to Nigeria. Nigeria records the second highest with over 4,200 attacks per week per organization. Did you hear that? Nigeria records the second highest with over 4,200 attacks per week per organization. South Africa faces approximately 2,200 weekly attacks and loses an estimated 2.2 billion rand annually to cybercrime. And Egypt and South Africa, they are not left out. They recorded the highest ransomware detections with 17,849 and 12,281 incidents, respectively. So, what are these attackers? What are they actually doing? What are they looking? What are they doing? According to Microsoft 2025 Digital Defense Report, drawing from over 100 trillion daily security signals. Business email compromise, what is called BEC, has emerged as the most financially damaging threat on the continent. But here is the startling statistic. While BEC accounts for only 2% of observed attacks, it is responsible for 21% of successful breaches. Ransomware follows at 16%. So the attackers are not just numerous, they are increasingly sophisticated. And that's why people are beginning to talk about deployment of advanced technology. AI-enhanced phishing campaigns now achieve a 54% click-through rate. That is 4.5 times higher than traditional methods. Microsoft has warned that attackers are now deploying autonomous malware capable of lateral movement and privilege escalation without human intervention. Wonderful. So why is Africa so vulnerable, if you might ask? Why? Why is Africa so vulnerable? The answer lies not in technology alone, but in what experts are calling the governance gap. And I'm going to expand on that much later. The governance gap. This gap is widening, particularly in the public sector. Sorry to say that. According to Interpol's assessment, 95% of African countries lack adequate training. They lack access to specialized tools, and they don't have sufficient resources for cyber investigations. 90% report that law enforcement and prosecution capabilities need significant improvement. 86% indicate that international cooperation capabilities require enhancement. And only 30% have an incident reporting system in place. Wow. Perhaps what is most concerning is the gap between perception and reality. That's the gap, the governance gap. The gap between perception and reality. Cisco's 2025 Cybersecurity Readiness Index found that while 85% of South African companies believe they are prepared for cyber threats, only 7% meet the mature threshold for actual cyber resilience. This is not confidence. This is not confidence. This is dangerous complacency. The sectors that are most exposed are not the ones you might expect. According to Checkpoint's 2025 report, government is now the #1 target, followed by education and only then finance and telecommunications. The financial sector has invested heavily in governance, but government departments and educational institutions remain dangerously underprepared. So sad. So let me give you a concrete example of what this governance gap cost in practice. In a coordinated operation dubbed Operation Sentinel, Interpol conducted a month-long crackdown across 19 African countries. What are the results? 574 arrests, $3 million recovered, over 6,000 malicious links taken down, and cases that are linked to estimated losses exceeding 21 million US dollars. But here is the operational detail that matters most. In Senegal, authorities had to move with lightning speed to stop a 7.9 million US dollar fraudulent wire transfer targeting a major petroleum company. In Ghana, a financial institution suffered a ransomware attack that encrypted 100 terabytes of data. And in Benin, authorities dismantled 43 malicious domains and shut down 4,318 social media accounts linked to extortion. So where do we go from here? I ask, where do we go from here? The answer is clearly in integrated IT-GRC, what you call the governance, risk, and compliance frameworks. We need an integrated IT-GRC, compliance framework. This is not a luxury; it is a strategic necessity. Now, for clarity, no one is suggesting here that we do not have GRC in every organization. Nobody is saying that. Every company has one form of GRC. But when we say integrated IT-GRC, that is IT driving the GRC, it means that the G, the R, the C, they must be integrated before you can say that you're implementing GRC. GRC is not GRC in silo. It is GRC that is integrated and use technology to drive that integration. I am saying that this is not a luxury. It's not a luxury. It is a strategic necessity. Let me also explain further. If you have the enterprise risk management in your organization, very robust, that does not mean the company cannot still be vulnerable. If you have some corporate governance and you don't have sound risk management, you don't have sound, the company will still be vulnerable. So the point that is being made is that we need an integrated GRC in our organization to be able to fight this financial crime. And we're saying that the integration will happen very easily when we use advanced technology to drive that integration or to embed, GRC into each other. So Africa's cyber challenge is unique because its digitization journey has leapfrogged legacy stages while inheriting their vulnerabilities. So many institutions scaled mobile and API-first services in record time, but did so across uneven infrastructure and a patchwork of vendor integrations that were not designed with security by default. So the result is a complex distributed attack surface that attackers can traverse faster than IT teams can coordinate. So what does an effective integrated IT-GRC, what does it look like in practice? I've tried to explain that already. One, a single risk taxonomy and control catalog. So both for G, R, and C, there must be a single risk taxonomy. Number two, there must be board-approved cyber risk appetite. I'm sure many organizations have been need to get their cyber risk appetite framework approved by the board. There must be evidence-driven compliance. It must be based on evidence, all right? And there must be continuous measurement, tracking leading indicators. The indicators here include mean time to detect and respond, the patch cycle adherence, the privileged access drift, vendor exposure, and data loss signals. So Africa is not starting from zero. Let's be very clear. Africa is not starting from zero. A significant milestone occurred last year with the launch of the Sovereign by Design Playbook at the 2025 First and Africa Set Symposium in Mauritius. This is the continent's most comprehensive data security governance guide developed through collaboration between the African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group, the OIC CERT, and the Network of African Data Protection Authorities. The playbook, I repeat, the playbook translates major African Union frameworks into practical tools with a clear 0 to 36-month implementation roadmap, including templates, maturity models, breach notification drills, classification matrices, guidance on sovereign cloud, and trusted cross-border data flows. So this playbook helps Africa and the global South move forward securely, confidently, and sovereign by design. So your company, have you keyed into this playbook? That's a question for everyone to respond to. So for banks, for instance, and other financial institutions, the path forward is very clear. When it comes to integrated IT-GRC framework, the path is very, very clear. The first one is to come up with the governance. There must be a governance architecture over the IT-GRC framework. There must be a governance architecture. Number two, we must build a control library once and then test continuously. Number three, we must strengthen third-party risk management along the supply chain and also outsourcing, and in fact, the third-party risk management is very key to the integrated IT-GRC framework. And step four, we must invest in incident response capability. So no single organization, let's be very clear, no single organization or country can tackle this challenge alone. No single country can do that. The threat actors are industrializing operations with ransomware as a service targeting core banking systems, credentials, stuffing across mobile apps, deepfake assisted social engineering, and supply chain compromises. Well, more like the trade-based money laundering that we talk about, or trade-based financial crime, not really money laundering. We find that no single organization can do this fight. It is true collaboration. But for regulators, we need to harmonize core requirements across regions, public sector-wide control baselines, and incentivize information sharing through an African financial services model. For governments need to fund national CERT capacity, streamline incident reporting, and enable lawful, rapid cross-border cooperation. For telecommunications providers, we need to collaborate on SIM swap prevention and identify assurance. And for universities and training providers, we need to expand cyber talent pipelines with practical apprenticeship type programs. Right. So the urgency of this ecosystem approach is nowhere more evident than in Nigeria. As experts have often noted, rapid digitalization without governance is like building skyscrapers without foundations. Collapse is inevitable. The Nigeria's BVN has been subject to breaches where governance was weak. The expanded NIMC digital identity ecosystem raises the stake further that a single compromise could jeopardize millions of records, undermining trust in government, banks, telecoms, and healthcare system. Of course, foreign investors are asking whether African systems are secure enough to integrate into the global ecosystem. So let me close with a clear call to action. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must, I repeat, we must move from compliance theater to resilience reality. That's the gap we need to close. We're not just talking about compliance, we're talking about reality, we're talking about resilience. So there must be a unified, I repeat, there must be a unified risk-driven framework that turns compliance from a lagging obligation into a leading capability. So the opportunity is very significant, all right? African banking can lead here precisely because they have been able to build modern financial services at speed. Now they can build more, modern cyber governance, to match. So what's the way forward? One, we need to create a national cybersecurity governance framework that is aligned with international standards. We don't want a patchwork of agency-level standards, but we need a centralized framework that aligns ministries, state governments, and private sector partners together. We need to implement mandatory vendor assessments. We need to invest in capacity building. Governance frameworks require skilled professionals like you who understand both local realities and international standards. Partnerships with universities and professional organizations can accelerate this talent pipeline. 4, we need to adopt the sovereign by design playbook. And 5, we need to embed or we need to integrate continuous measurement. We need to track mean time to detect. We need to embed continuous measurement, track, mean to time detect, and also the mean to time recover or repair or resolve, critical control coverage, and high risk vulnerabilities over time. We also need to run quarterly incident simulations with the board. The message is clear. This is my final thought. The message is clear. Africa's digital future depends on our ability to protect it. The threat is real, but so is the opportunity. By implementing integrated IT-GRC frameworks, coordinating across sectors and borders, and committing to continuous improvement, we can build a resilient, secure, and prosperous digital Africa. So as we stand at the precipice of Africa's digital renaissance, the choice before us is stark. We can either remain reactive victims of an ever-evolving cyber threat landscape, or we can become proactive architects of our own digital destiny. The continent that leapfrogged traditional banking with mobile money, that harnessed the power of technology to drive inclusion and innovation, that possesses the ingenuity, the resilience, and the collective will to build a future where cyber resilience is not a luxury, but a fundamental pillar of progress. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to say this. Integrated IT-GRC frameworks are not mere compliance bodies. Let's be very clear. They are the strategic enablers that will unlock Africa's full potential, inspire investor confidence, protect critical infrastructure, and safeguard the dreams of millions of connected to the global economy. But frameworks alone are lifeless. Let's not just be talking about frameworks in the air. They are lifeless. Their power lies in our commitment, in our collective commitment to embed them in our organizational DNA, to demand accountability from our leaders, to invest in our people, and of course, to collaborate across borders as one unified force against a common adversary. The path to digital sovereignty is paved with bold decisions and unwavering resolve. So let us not wait for the next breach to jolt us into action. Let us build today an Africa that is not just connected, but secure, not just digital, but resilient. The future belongs to those who prepare for it now, and Africa's future is ours to shape together. So I want to thank you very much for your kind attention. So, IT, GRC integration is the way to go for Africa in order to fight, this financial crime. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'm ready to take your questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Emmanuel. I mean,
All
right.
thank you.
I would say that, yes, we really had a lot from this. Personally, I also had my keynote where I had to jot down some things. I mean, everybody here definitely is very relatable to our African system when it comes to cyber threats, cyber security, and all of that, especially with the increasing rate of cyber threats in Africa. So from my own end, right, my own takeaway from this, from my own notepad, is when you mentioned that you said, why is Africa so vulnerable to cyber threats? Lack of adequate training. So I mean, initiations like this summit, like this conference we're having, is actually a good one. I would say that yes, it closely aligns with that, because this has to do with us sensitizing the people of Africa, people here, people and beyond, to know more about what these threats are out there. I mean, this is an eye-opener for everyone. And also you mentioned that the GRC should not be treated in silos, right? It should be integrated, right? We shouldn't see it as governance, risk, and compliance. It should be something that should be done together. I really, really would, on behalf of everybody, appreciate you for this wonderful one. So to your question, sir, we have some questions in the chat room, and I will be reading it out to you. So the first question here says, the first question is from Frederick. It said, how can we regulate the user of AI in our corporate institutions? Sorry, I think he meant the use of AI, right? He said, how can we regulate the use of AI in our corporate institutions? Mr. Professor Bolo, did you get that, please?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I heard that. So you want to regulate the use of AI. Why do you want to regulate the use of AI? Why do you want to? Are you afraid that AI is going to take over your job, or what? Why do you want to regulate? We're talking about even advanced technology now. You see, Americans, they're even they are already building houses in the moon, in space, and so on. And you are talking about regulating the use of AI. Well, of course, if it's the AI is being abused, if the AI is being abused, let's say so, if it is being abused, but we are not supposed to regulate it for what? If it is being abused, there are systems, there are control mechanisms within every organization in the use of technology and so on. So it's a question, you have a policy framework, and it is to enforce that policy, to make sure that people don't run foul of the policy around the use of AI. So, but to say that you want to deliberately limit, we should be expanding the use of AI, but it is the abuse, the abuse itself. There are systems in place within every organization to make sure that AI is not abused. So there are control measures, there are policy. This is a policy issue. Every organization understands their own environment, and they want to determine, how a particular technology is to be used. So for artificial intelligence, it has come to stay, but it has to be used in a very productive and constructive manner. So there are clear policies in place in every organization to make sure that the AI is not abused. So it is the abuse they are talking about.
All right. Thank you so much for that brilliant response, Professor Emmanuel. So on to our second question from Edith. She said, as AI, cloud computing, and digital ecosystem continues to reshape Africa's economy, what mindset and governance changes should board and executive leadership adopt today to ensure the organization remains resilient over the next 5 years?
Please, can you take that again?
Okay, she said, as AI, cloud computing, and digital ecosystem continues to reshape Africa's economy, What mindset and governance changes should boards and executive leadership adopt today to ensure their organization remains resilient over the next 5 years?
Right. When you talk about organizational resilience, that's a big word. When you say that operational resilience, organizational resilience, it's made up of several components. Okay, there are several elements of this resilience. One of them is, the board itself. If you don't have a strong board, that provides, the proper oversight responsibility, then of course, an organization cannot be resilient. Now, resilience is anchored on the fact that there could be, improbables, what you call unexpected events that happen. So you want the organization to be resilient when, there's an unexpected event. And that is in the territory of, what is called BCM, business continuity management and business continuity planning. So when you have a robust business continuity management, and of course there are ISO standards on that. So implementing the ISO standards for business continuity and business continuity planning and business continuity management, that is the only way you can be resilient. Resilient means that if there's an unexpected, what we call unks, if there's an unk that happens, how do you remain resilient when there is an invasion by unexpected events? So all of these are within the territories of BCM, business continuity management. And of course, you need to conduct what is called regular stress testing to make sure that all these unexpected events do not make your organization not to be resilient. But of course, this must be driven by the board.
All right, thank you so much for that response, Prof. So we have a third question here, and it says, how do we protect our industry from cyber attacks merely from AI? Because 89% of the attacks are done with AI.
Right? How do we? So the industry, well, like we said, it's a collaboration. It's a collaborative, thing. It's not an organizational stuff. Both regulators, both governments, and other agencies, even service providers, all these internet providers and so on. It's a collaborative effort. So we need to have a collaborative approach. No single individual, no single organization can assure that. That is why we said there must be information sharing, there must be collaboration across the spectrum. Both regulators, even a data protection agency, the central bank, and all other agencies, internet providers and so on, they need to come together. That's the way it is done abroad. Not that everybody is going to be working in silos. We come together to make sure we deal with this subject. That's why we are talking about integrated GRC. So once we come together, we come up with a standard framework which must be adopted by every organization within Nigeria and also within Africa. So there must be a common framework. That framework must be the one that integrates, sound corporate governance, compliance that is compliant with regulations, as well as, a very robust, enterprise risk management.
Thank you so much for that brilliant response, Prof. So taking the last question for you. So this question is from Stephen. He said, you mentioned the need to embed IT-GRC frameworks into our organizational DNA rather than treating them as mere compliance burden. What specific cultural changes or leadership behaviors have you found most effective in moving an organization from a mindset of tick box compliance to true strategic enablement?
That's a very, very good question. Integration is integration. From my experience, you find that if you look at the GRO's framework, you will see that culture is at the center. Attitude, behavior is at the center of such an architecture. What it simply means is that we need to build in the cultural issues. And of course, the ISO 31000 also emphasizes that the ISO 31000, talks about integrating culture into the DNA. And to do this, there are some practical ways. He said you have to incentivize behavior. That's number one. You need to tie that into your performance management system because you want to change behavior because it boils down to behavior. It's not having policies or having frameworks. It is about attitude. It's about behavior. So to change behavior, you need to incentivize them. You need to buy them bread and sardine and butter and whatever. Well, but when we say incentivize here, it means that we can build that to the performance management system to say, look, everyone in the organization, if there is no compliance issue that arises from you in a year, if we do not suffer any compliance issue, if there are no risk issues that arises from your action or inaction, we will give you 10% in your part of your KPI. In that way, you are incentivizing behavior. That is the cultural issue. You want to build that into their DNA because humans are very stubborn. So you need to incentivize it. The other thing is what we call the stick. You apply the stick. If you look at the 7 event types, in the 7 components of an effective compliance program, you will see that incentives and carrot and stick and all of that, they are part of the whole architecture of changing attitude. And that's why many banks now, like Access Bank, for instance, they have chief conduct and compliance officer, chief conduct and compliance, because they have come to see that issues of compliance is about conduct and behavior. So I'm saying, let us incentivize behavior. Let us engage in risk decisioning. All of this can be expanded at some other forum. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. That was an insightful one. Thank you so much. And we really appreciate your time with us today. It was very insightful. And everybody here definitely will have 1 or 2 to go home with. At this point, I think we'll stop the question and answer. However, Prof, I think you have some questions in the chat room. Please kindly respond to them while we move on to the next agenda for the day. Thank you. All right, so I'll permit me to share my
I have
screen
some
now.
additional questions. No?
Yes, in the chat room. Please respond to them on the chat room. So we have to move on to the next phase, so we don't keep people waiting.
Thank you
as
very
well.
much. All right, let
All
me
right,
stop
thank you so much. All right.
So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
There is
We don't hear
no
me.
audio, please. There is no audio, please.
It's not audible.
No audio.
Okay, please hold on. I have to share again. Please hold on.
Of streets, so it's not showing.
It's okay now.
Get still no audio, please.
Oh, please hold on. Okay. YouTube.
Your camera is not on, right?
Please, can you
Let me
hear?
share. Let me share from my end. Let me share
All
from
right,
my.
please do. I really don't know why you're not talking this time around.
Hello. Is it for my
In
net?
today's business environment, uncertainty is no longer the exception, it is the norm. From regulatory pressure
In today's
to
business
operational
environment,
risks, from governance
no
failures
longer
to
the
compliance
exception,
penalties,
it is the norm.
organizations across Africa facing increasing scrutiny and complexity. The question is no longer, are you growing? The real question is, are you growing sustainably, ethically, and in control? Therefore, as we provide Okay, you were hearing your audio. business governance, risk, and compliance mute your services audio, designed to strengthen your organization from the
So I didn't get that.
In today's business environment, uncertainty is no longer the exception, it is the norm. From regulatory pressure to operational risks, from governance failures to compliance penalties, organizations across Africa are facing increasing scrutiny and complexity. The question is no longer, are you growing? The real question is, are you growing sustainably, ethically, and in control? At A4S, we provide expert business governance, risk, and compliance services designed to strengthen your organization from the inside out. We support organizations to strengthen corporate governance structures, identify, assess, and manage enterprise risks, build robust internal control systems, ensure regulatory and statutory compliance, align operations with international standards, and enhance transparency, accountability, and stakeholder trust. Whether you are a growing SME, a large corporate organization, a public institution, or a non-profit, weak governance and unmanaged risks can quietly erode performance, reputation, and profitability. At A4S, we don't just identify problems, we design practical, implementable solutions tailored to your industry and operational reality. Our business GRC services include governance framework development, risk assessment and risk register design, compliance audit and gap analysis, internal audit support, policy and SOP development, board advisory and governance training, ISO-aligned system implementation support. We combine global best practices with deep understanding of the African business landscape. Strong governance is not a luxury. Risk management is not optional. Compliance is not negotiable. If your organization is ready to build resilience, strengthen integrity, and drive sustainable performance, we are ready to partner with you. Contact A4S today to discuss how our business GRC services can support your growth journey. Contact us today at info@a4sonline.com or call the numbers displayed on your screen.
Thank you so much, Edith, for that. Thank you. So we'll be moving on to the next phase of this. Please permit me to share my screen. Okay. So now we're having our partner spotlights. I mean, for every successful event, we definitely would have one or two people that has come together to ensure that this is a success, right? So now we are on to the segment for the partner spotlights and the people that are behind some of the great works we do. Samuel, please take the floor.
Hello, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This summit has been very insightful. I've learned so much from the keynote speakers. And behind this beautiful summit, these organizations came together to make the summit a great success. So we have Training Height, which is a certified professional training specializing in Cisco, VMware, Citrix, Microsoft, IT management, and also provide management courses. Training Height is renowned for excellence in professional development, and Training Height equips individuals and organizations with both technical and managerial skills needed to enhance performance and drive innovation. So you can visit Training Height's website at www.trainingheight.com to learn more. If you're a professional here, you want to undertake any training, if you are HR here for any organization, you can contact training heights for your trainers. We also have Standard and Best Practice Limited, which is a globally recognized certification body that leverages on recent technologies to deliver exceptional training and certification programs on various ISO standards.
We're
So
promoting you
some of
people
the
on our
ISO
program
standards include
as partners.
ISO 9001, ISO
No, it's still
23,000,
ongoing.
and even many more. So training heights is very important because they take immense pride in empowering professionals and businesses alike, and they enable them in quality management and IT governance. Training Standard and Best Practices also offers cybersecurity and other critical areas. You can visit their website at snbp.net to find out more, and also contact them via LinkedIn. Panoramic Synergy Enterprise Limited is also one of our partners for this beautiful summit. PSC is a leading IT consulting firm that provides expert business advisory, technology solution, and IT governance, risk, and compliance. And you can also visit their website at panoramicsynergy.com. These beautiful organizations came together to make this great summit a success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel, for that beautiful partnership spotlight. So now we are going to the next and should I say the most anticipated section of the summit, which is the panel section. This is where we have people from different field coming together to point their thoughts, questions, brainstorming, and all of that. So this panel section will be moderated by Emedion Ekanem, and the panel discussion is strengthening Africa's digital resilience through effective IT governance, risk management, and compliance. So now I'll just take her brief and then she would continue. Hold on. So Emedion Ekanem is a technology lawyer and cybersecurity advocate, driving digital trust and youth-focused cyber resilience across Nigeria. As technology legal counsel at GMIMSOurce, she advises organizations on data protection, digital identity frameworks, and regulatory compliance at the critical intersection of law and emerging technology. As ambassador lead of the ICDFA campus, Ambassador Corps, Emedion spearheaded the ICDFA Online Cybersecurity Festival, reaching hundreds of participants across emerging digital communities, and led high-impact projects addressing KYC vulnerabilities and identity misuse, translating complex cyber risk into actionable solutions for underserved populations. Her influence extends through cybersecurity education program with Mama Cyber Sheet teaching roles at Westfield College and active contribution to Nigeria's digital policy ecosystem via the Nigerian Youth Internet Governance Forum, Association of Privacy Lawyers, and Virtual Assets Service Providers Association. Emedion's rapid ascent reflects a clear trajectory, translating cybersecurity expertise into mass awareness, equipping Nigerians' next generation with digital defense skills, and shaping responsible technology governance. Her work positions her as a rising force, redefining how young Africans engage with, protect, and govern their own digital future. Thank you so much for joining us today, Emedion, and thank you so much for agreeing to moderate this section for us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, speakers, industry leaders, and everyone joining us virtually from across Africa and beyond. Thank you very much for being here. It is absolutely my pleasure to be the moderator for this panel session today. It is true that when we look around ourselves, we see that digital transformation is indeed accelerating across Africa at an unprecedented pace. You look at the government, they're actually digitalizing everything. We turn to the financial institutions, they continue to expand digital banking. The businesses, they're embracing cloud technologies, not to talk of AI. They are rapidly changing how we work and make decisions. But as exciting as these developments are, they also present an important challenge. And this is exactly what today's discussion seeks to explore. Today, we have an exceptional panel of experts who will share practical insights from leadership, cybersecurity governance, data protection, risk management, and the rest. So before inviting our speakers, I would like to mention that in the interest of time, I'll be giving an abridged version of their bios. At this point, let me share my screen, please. Please, can you see my screen?
Not yet, not yet. I can't see it.
Please, can you see my screen?
No,
Not yet.
I think it's loading. Yeah, it's loading. Yes, yes, you can see it now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so our first speaker is Mr. Sylvester Akpedo Jr. He is the Group Head of Information Technology at Omnibasic Bank, Ghana, with over 28 years of experience in banking technology, cybersecurity, and enterprise system. He has led major digital transformation initiatives, including ISO 27001 certification and PCI DSS compliance. Please join me and welcome Mr. Sylvester Akpedo. If you can, please kindly show with your virtual claps. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is also my pleasure to introduce Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. It is also my pleasure to introduce the CEO of TAS and the CEO of TAAS. She is actually a global data protection officer and AI governance lead at Paystack. She is an internationally recognized expert in data protection, information security, and AI governance, with extensive experience speaking on global platforms and advising organizations on privacy, cybersecurity, and responsible AI. And we're talking about no other person than Tolu Akerele. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today on the program. We also have George Njukuna. Mr. George, who is our final speaker, is the Vice President of the Global Council for Responsible AI. He is a respected leader in artificial intelligence, corporate governance, cybersecurity, digital transformation, and data privacy. And he's widely recognized for helping organizations build secure, ethical, and future-ready technology strategies. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today on the program. You're welcome. Before we begin, just a few housekeeping notes, please. We must realize that each speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation, and a timer will be displayed on the screen to help us stay within time. And following each presentation, I will ask one or two follow-up questions before opening the floor to questions from our audience. At this point, I encourage everyone joining us to please participate actively. Share your thoughts in the chat and feel free to ask questions during the question and answer segment. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Okay. Now, please raise your virtual hand if you are guilty of something I'm about to say now. How many of us woke up this morning and the very first thing we did was reach for our phones, maybe checked your emails or scrolled through the streets of Instagram, or probably transferred money or booked a ride? Exactly, exactly. Thank you so much. So I'm seeing quite some hands, and I think at this point my own hand is also included. But here's the most interesting question, ladies and gentlemen. How many of us actually stopped to ask ourselves this question? Who is protecting all of this? Who protects our banking systems? Who protects our identities? Who ensures that innovation continues without compromising security, privacy, and trust? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that behind every secure transaction and every trusted digital service is a strong cyber security. And this is what brings us to the first part of this panel session, where we're going to bring in Mr. Sylvester Akpedo Jr. to please unpack this particular question. Are African organizations truly preparing for emerging digital threats, or are we becoming better at responding only after incident occurs? Please, Mr. Speaker, you have our attention.
So good morning from here in Ghana, and good afternoon to those of you at the other side of the world. I mean, it's a great privilege to join you. I believe you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Very well, very well. So I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
it is.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the organizers for the privilege to join this conference. Thanking the CEO Orlando, who I know personally, and I have worked with him a couple of times. Thank you for the opportunity. So I will start my presentation. So as being said, I have 10 minutes to do this. I will quickly run through as quickly as possible so we can. All right, so my topic is cybersecurity governance in Africa. Our organization is prepared for emerging digital threats. So I think the two key speakers have really spoken and have given some good foundation. I'm going to rely on those foundations, not to repeat some of the things, so that I can have enough time to give you some practical examples that I believe that we can have. So typically, I mean, when we talk about the digital space and the landscape where we can digitize, we have the mobile money, we have digital banking, we have cloud, we have the fintech, space, we have government even doing some work in digital transformation, and cross border. I will concentrate around the threats of cybersecurity and some of the things that the boardroom will do. I must say that now every customer or every individual, like has been said by the moderator, uses a mobile phone. And so everybody wants to be able to do things from the mobile phone. And this is what is leading us into, getting these digital transformation, innovations that are coming across. So along the spaces of mobile money, in the space of banking, there's a lot of things. Now every bank has a mobile app, internet banking, USSD, all kinds of things. Banks are integrating with fintechs, where we are exchanging APIs. How well are we protected in those spaces? Governments are running online services. Are we doing the things that we are supposed to do to ensure that we are protected? Clearly, as much as we are transforming things digitally, the threats that we are faced also, it becomes real, and that's where the interesting thing is. I mean, organizations are managing data, are managing infrastructure, are managing all kinds of systems, and therefore that is what brings the challenge to bear for us to be able to address. I mean, there are several digital threats that are available. We have the ransomware that has been talked about. We have business email compromise, the BEC that was talked about, supply chain data breaches, and even AI. I'm so happy about the lessons I picked from the AI space by the first speaker, and I think it was wonderful. For me, these threats are such that we will have to plan and get them addressed. So, but one of the things that is also, giving these threats some multiplying effects is also the introduction of AI. A question was asked whether what do we do to ensure that the AI threats are well, taken care of in organizations. I mean, my honest answer would be that we also need to get AI-enabled defense systems to be able to meet the AI threats that are coming, apart from all the things that were said in terms of collaboration, integrating the GRC and all those things. We also have to have, in addition to that, key, system that can mitigate these threats that are coming to us. Okay, right. Okay, so the next thing I want to look at is Africa really prepared? My honest answer will be maybe some are prepared, but large and many of us, still remain not really knowing what we are doing. Typically, you go into organizations, and I think the second speaker mentioned that in terms of areas of, sectors of vulnerability, the governments are more vulnerable, and it came down to, I think, the education, telcos, and finance. Okay, it's because telcos and finance, pay particular attention. So to a large extent, they are able to address these vulnerabilities as they come. Most organizations today, when you go, most of the things that they have will be your firewalls, your antivirals, and your multi-factor things. But I think one of the things that is missing is also the governance. Governance is one of the things that we don't really pay particular attention. It is important that for us to know that cybersecurity must be treated as an enterprise risk, not just as a simple IT function. And these are the things that sometimes gives us the gap. I call those ones as I describe them as the legwork. Okay, we can have the beautiful systems. We can have our firewalls, our antivirus, our network monitoring tools. We can have all the things. But there's a certain human element that we'll have to add to the whole conversation to give us a complete system. One of the things I think we are also not doing is the fact that we are not collaborating. And I think that was mentioned also in the earlier speakers' comments, that look, we need to collaborate to fight crime. One of the biggest ways of doing is to collaborate. If today I get, attacked, it would be proper for me to announce it in a certain controlled group to suggest to the people that this is I have a cyber attack, and I think all others should be on guard, because we all know how cyber attacks work. Like, once it hits you, you can hit the next person because those vulnerabilities are exposed. The other thing that I think that we practically will have to also put in, if we are implementing our systems should have the right specification, right functions. Defense system that we put in place should be in such a way that these defense systems will be able to address the threats that are coming. I mean, organizations will put in place policies Sometimes some of the policies are just on paper. For instance, run vulnerability tests on a monthly basis. Today, vulnerabilities are running on a daily basis. So if you are going to run vulnerability tests on a quarterly basis, that could be an exposure for you. Between that quarter, in between that quarters, things can happen. Even monthly, it's becoming a problem. Get real-time systems that can give you alerts that will allow you to address problems as they happen. Get monitoring teams to sit and respond to threats when they happen. On the other side, from the leadership point of view, it's important that our board of directors are also equipped with the knowledge of cybersecurity. Let's give them awareness. Let's get them some training to understand the risks, because sometimes some of us, when you meet the board and you are trying to ask for new things to be done, sometimes the way we also ask them is a challenge. Associate your acts with the risks involved, because so far as your MD is concerned, who is not an IT person, your board members who are not really IT people, they will only understand risk-related things. So I need this because if you don't give me, if this and this should happen, this is the cost it brings to us. We will be exposed. Regulators will come after us, and so these are things that we need to get to mitigate some of these fights. So at the board level, board should be updated regularly with reports. Cybersecurity should be one of the key discussions at board meetings. There should be a board subcommittee to manage and handle, IT security, cybersecurity activities, which is very, very key. At the board level, we should get somebody who will even be the key advocate, if you like, in the board, among the board members to push cybersecurity related activities. That's for the board level. In terms of executive management, you should have a cybersecurity strategy to build the right, systems. It's also important to build culture. We've been told about how to build culture, and I like the example that was given. Using KPIs, for staff to earn something, being good cyber managers, or be people who don't get involved in any cyber related activities. So these are some of the things that you can also do within the strategies to ensure that you have regular cyber awareness. Some you can put them into trainings, where after the training there will be a small quiz, just to ensure that people who are listening and they are going through that training will not just, it's not going to be just tick the box activity, but it will be even part of, that can also be added as part of your KPI. All right. And then in terms of the team you build up, I think I've mentioned that you need to build teams that will sit, monitor, and respond to things. How are you managing incidents when they occur? Today we have WhatsApp. We have we can, apart from our phones, you can reach as many people as possible through just one text message you drop in a WhatsApp group, for people to act or respond to things. So monitoring is also very key as far as the good things we can do for cybersecurity. Everybody is part of the chain. Because the first line of defense are the human beings, and we are the people who open the door to our organizations. Before your machine would even be attacked, you will have to connect to something. So you are the first person. So we will have to also, behave in ways that, out of the trainings that we received from all the things I've said, we are able to put them into use. Why, if you have been told not to, just go into an open space and join just any public Wi-Fi, why do you do that? On the flip side, if from the control side, technology and cyber should be able to also prevent you from maybe joining public side. So both sides should work. But assuming even you do and you come into the organization and you plug in, there should be mechanisms by which we can quickly identify and know that you have joined a certain network and you have come back with certain cockroaches we don't need here, which we will have to attack squarely. So some of these things will also help us. For governance, there are frameworks for us to use. What governance and what these frameworks do for us is that they help us to build trust to our customers, to build trust to our partners, to build trust for the regulator, because these frameworks are frameworks that are internationally recognized. They've gone through some rigorous auditing, and therefore, when you implement these things, you present yourself, or you give some form of assurance to your partners, your customers, your regulator, that you are doing the right thing. And once you pass through these frameworks, yes, to a large extent, we can trust that you are trying to fight or bridge the gap, within the cybersecurity space. I think it's also important for me to say that it is not just the framework. The framework will not help you, but typically the framework allows you to mature. The minimum maturity level you attain can give you the framework.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So sorry I had to cut you. I know you have lots to say, and I wish you had the time.
Give me just 1 minute to just finalize. So all I'm trying to say is that Africa's digital future depends not only on innovation, but trust. Okay, strong cybersecurity governance is no longer optional. It's a strategic business capability, one that enables innovation, protects critical assets, and builds confidence among customers, regulators, and investors. Organizations that thrive won't be those that prevent the attack, but those who govern well enough to anticipate, withstand, recover from, and learn from every incident. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to be here. I'll be here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sylvester, for those insightful perspectives. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. We deeply enjoyed that. So just one follow-up question from me, please, before opening the ground for the audience to ask questions. You mentioned governance, you mentioned leadership. So this makes me ask, it is true that many organizations actually, they discuss cybersecurity in their board meetings, but we know that discussion alone doesn't reduce risk. So from your wealth of experience, what does meaningful board oversight actually look like? So that since we have lots of persons representing organizations here, so they could take the message back home, let them understand what exactly, when we talk about a meaningful board oversight, the leadership sphere, what does it actually look like? If you could answer this in 1 minute or less, we would deeply
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. So for the board to actually get an oversight or have a good oversight, one, they should be receiving regular reports from the cybersecurity team. So there will be a regular risks report giving us the overview of what the cyber space looks like as far as the organization is concerned. Then there will be policies to indicate, and there will have to be budget for cybersecurity. It's very key. One of the difficulties we face in this our side of the world is cost, because digitization is quite expensive, but it's inevitable, so we have to have it. So having that oversight, you need to get your risk report, your cybersecurity report. Even at the management level, they will have to also have regular cybersecurity steering committee meetings. So all these policy and governance structures put in place will then go into the will be given to the board for the board to understand what the state is, where the gaps are, what money is required for them to be able to approve and say, okay, you need, let's say, a new server to be able to monitor all the infrastructure. You need new monitoring system to be able to tell us that there's somebody who is visiting us who is unwanted through the network. We need to change our firewall because the firewall we have is old, is out of service, out of life, end of support. All these things can only be done through these reports to the board, and based on the things that the board will hear, that will quicken them to act, and that will give them a better oversight, and that will help them to also direct as well, because for instance, in Ghana, and I know some in Nigeria too, some of these things happen, where the central bank has come up with a cyber security directive for banks to a framework for the banks to comply, and banks have been given a certain timeline to fulfill that framework. So all these things together with regular reporting to the board, I think that it brings the board's oversight into proper perspective, and they can also respond to the needs of the organization appropriately. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sylvester. I must confess that you gave justice to the question. Thank you so much. So we have a few questions here on the chat box. So we'll just take one of this, and if there is time, we would likely come back to the rest. The first question is, as an entry-level cybersecurity professional with a foundation in GRC, what career path would you recommend for long-term growth?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on where your interest lies. I mean, because there are various things in cybersecurity. I mean, there's the area to look at networking. There's the area to look at applications. There's the area to look at forensics and things like that. So if your interest is within a certain space or you do well, I believe, I mean, from my experience, I grew through the chain where I moved from development, I came to systems, I came to networking and infrastructure, I came to database, so it gave me a certain understanding of where my interest, became more stronger. And I think that with that, it gives you much confidence in what you do and what you're able to do with your future plans. So for me, it depends on your interest and your understanding, because you see, being a cybersecurity person, you need to understand what is happening from the technology point of view. Else, you just be the person who will read the book and say, has this been done? Has that been done? If you sit with people who have done some of the things properly, they can easily confuse you. And that for me is very important. So where your interest is, then you can find and then there are various areas like forensic, like application, like networking, all that you can build a future and I believe at the end of the day makes you better, stronger to even take not just a certain level, but grow in the cybersecurity. Today AI is up and it's all over the place. So there are more things that you can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We deeply appreciate your time and also giving justice to all the questions asked. Thank you very much for joining us in the session today. Other questions we're finding here in the chat box will probably be given answers to in our next session, where we are going to have the next speaker, Madam Tolu Akerile. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited and I'm very happy. And thank you for having me. Let's all enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. So now it is true, ladies and gentlemen, that often people say that prevention is better than cure. But in cybersecurity, we are going to rephrase that. We would say that prevention begins with governance. So the moment leaders understand the risk, they understand the question and everything, you see that every other thing naturally follows. Things like, how do organizations continuously measure the risk? How do they know their controls are actually working? Because when we look at governance, we know that governance without assurance is simply confidence. And we know for a fact that confidence is not evidence. That takes us to our next conversation, the future of IT audit and risk management in Africa's digital economy. Madam Tolu, I'd like to bring you into the conversation at this moment. Please, you have our undivided attention.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you can see my screen. In the interest of time, I will just go through these slides and make sure we have enough time for questions as I have a hard stop in 30 minutes. So I am here to talk about the future of IT audit and risk management in Africa's digital economy. I'll be referencing some examples from the fintech space as I do work in that industry. So I wanted to set the scene by explaining why this matters now. Africa's digital economy is growing at an incredible pace. We all know technology evolves quickly, specifically in Africa. We see that we've jumped a couple of technological advancements, for example, moving from landlines to mobiles, going from cash to cashless societies very quickly, more so than we've seen in the West. So although technology is evolving quickly, trust takes a lot longer to build, and it only takes one incident to lose that trust. So I have some figures here on the screen. I'm not going to go through them all, but you can see these are huge figures, over 500 million active Momo accounts, mobile money accounts across Africa. Again, if we've gone from landline to mobiles, cashless to cash, and you put those two together with mobile money, and we've got over 500 million accounts, you can see how growth is outrunning governance, the same way growth is outrunning these formal advancements in technology. So we're seeing that digital IDs, and we've seen this even with ECOWAS's digital ID and digital passports, they're creating real-time risks that if we look at this from a traditional assurance perspective, we won't be able to keep up. In fact, 74% of global mobile money transaction volume runs through Africa, and we can see the potentials from this in terms of revenue in the African fintech space of $65 billion. That's huge. So I'm going to cover four different topics here. And the first one is showing the advancement from periodic audits, spot checks, to continuous audits. And when I say advancement, I mean that is how you can protect, prepare, and harden your institution, whether it's your business, whether it's your clients, companies, to make sure that you're building and fleshing out that governance muscle. So today we see either by regulatorily mandated audits on an annual basis or periodic audits, whether it's your annual ISO audit, external or internal. We do see a lot of audits that come from a requirement, whether it's a regulator, whether it's an industry standard. We don't see continuous audits. As a result, we see that with these spot check audits, risks are often found after the fact, which means in the fraud situation, fraud can go unnoticed for months until that audit happens. The shift that I'm proposing is towards continuous monitoring. And this is something that, ISO standards lean heavily on, whether it's continuous improvement, measuring the effectiveness and the efficiency of your management system. So this is a continuous approach. So by doing this, you embed your monitoring into your live operations, not spot checks. It's something that you're continuously checking, whether it's through metrics, whether it's through an internal control function, whether it's through, if you have a privacy program, you may want to, and this is something we do at Paystack, you may want to have different pillars of the program that you test on a monthly basis according to where you are in your monitoring and testing schedule. And it's something I also advocate for clients from my business, Task Cyber Solutions. So another shift you can do is continuously test these controls. So as you're monitoring and you're checking, you're also testing the controls. You're not just saying, okay, we're monitoring, is data encrypted? Ask engineering or security, they say yes. Why don't you test that encryption? Why don't you see if you can have maybe, an ethical hacker test to see if they can break into your system, things like that. Instead of your annual penetration test or biannual, why don't you actually, especially with AI now, all these things are possible, see if you can actually stress test. And I think one of our previous speakers said this, stress test your systems and your controls, not just on your annual sampling. And this shift is built for fast-moving digital businesses. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. Imagine you have a payment platform that's processing thousands of transactions every single minute, if not seconds. If fraud was to start today, you can't wait and you can't afford to wait until the next audit cycle to find it. When you're dealing with large volumes or velocity, and again, I'm leaning on fintech examples, you need to have continuous monitoring in place and continuous testing in place, especially in this new age of AI, right? It's not enough to do one DPIA or one AI impact assessment. That will flag your initial risks and what to look out for, but technology evolves. Emerging technology is continuously evolving. So there's a need for continuous tests. Stress test maybe once a month, see if anything has changed, see if your outputs are still valid. And if you have, for example, let's say you have an OCR system that is checking passports or government IDs to automate your KYC process. You want to make sure that the fields it's checking are accurate, because garbage in equals garbage out. You want to check that there's no bias that has maybe manifested. In Nigeria, there's enhanced due diligence. What if your OCR AI-powered tool looks at Nigerian government IDs and KYC, as well as other markets in Africa, and then draws that inherent bias based on the enhanced due diligence that, oh, all Nigerians are fraudsters because there's a higher level of due diligence required. And nobody checks that bias, and that bias continues. And then perhaps you're either automatically declining Nigerian merchants or what have you. So there's a need to continuously test your controls, continuously test the efficiency and the validity and the non-bias in your AI systems. So this continuous auditing is even more prevalent in this age of emerging technology. Next, I want to talk about risk-based IT governance. So this is focusing governance where the risks are, the biggest risks, the high risks, the critical risks, not just ticking things off on a checklist. Oh, okay, maybe does HR do background checks? Yes. Do we have consent, or do we have a privacy policy? That's not as risky as, unchecked transaction volumes or unchecked fraud, etc. So we're moving from checkbox to exposure driven. And I can give a very tangible example. You wouldn't guard your house keys the same way you would guard a grocery list. If you wrote a grocery list and you left it on your trolley, that wouldn't be so bad as if you left your house keys, which has your address on them and your keychain, in that same shopping cart, right? So that's an easy way of seeing, let's take a risk-based approach. And again, this is what ISO standards mandate, risk-based. So this grocery list example is actually often what happens when we see every system getting the same checklist treatment. You can have maybe your risk assessment template, or again, data protection terminology, your data protection impact assessment. But actually, you should really be giving extra attention to where the real risk sits. So look at prioritizing controls by actual risk exposure. That doesn't mean that you don't look at lower risks. Of course you do, but it's about prioritization. So when you're doing that, you're looking at data sensitivity. Is there sensitive personal data there? If I talk about background checks, are we looking at open source background checks, looking at social media, things like that? Or are we looking at criminal records? There's a difference there. Third party risk is always something to look out for because that goes to your supply chain. Do they have adequate data protection, security in place? Are they training their staff? Do they have policies, procedures, all these things? Because again, that could bring in downstream supply chain risk. And even at that third party risk level, you're not going to look at somebody who services your ACs the same way you look at somebody who is processing sensitive data. I've spoken about AI systems already and emerging technology. So just to, in the interest of time, I'll round up. There's no uniform compliance boxes. And this helps you present to the board an exco in terms of what matters most to them, what affects your baseline, your PIV, your profitability. That's what the executives want to hear, not a once a year governance report that, of course, by the time you're delivering it, it's already expired. We're talking about what are the things that the business needs to be concerned about. What keeps you up at night is a question I always ask. And that helps having agile governance, which evolves at the rate your business does. Automation is something that is very important these days. Imagine you have someone who is manually updating a compliance tracker every single time a regulation changes, and they're doing this across several markets. In Africa, Nigeria specifically, we love to regulate. We love to almost over-regulate. And I think that speaks to a question we had in the chat earlier about AI regulation and AI acts. We're seeing that trend now across Africa. We have the EU AI Act, and we're seeing Kenya's recently released an AI bill for stakeholder engagement. So imagine somebody's job is to update a tracker. That is something that they'll always be a step behind on. Automation can help you catch problems early, but it can't fix bad data or poor processes if you're already starting with that. So remember, automation is only as good as the data. There have to be processes and people behind it. And then finally, my fourth point, there's a huge skills gap in IT assurance. We have approximately 20,000 certified cybersecurity professionals across Africa. Now, I don't know what the general population in Africa is, but I know in sub-Saharan Africa, it is huge. So it doesn't make sense that these are the figures we're seeing. We need more professionals. You can see here, I just mentioned sub-Saharan Africa, 63% of these countries and organizations say that cybersecurity skills is one of their biggest constraints. So you can buy all the best technology in the world, you can roll out emerging technology, but if you don't have skilled people, it will not solve your problems. Digital trust is built by people just as much as it is by technology. And then you have the issue of key man risk. If you have one professional who understands these things and they leave, what happens to your program? So bringing it all together in summation, there are three moves that are of critical importance to strengthen Africa's digital risk landscape. And organizations, like I mentioned, you need to shift towards continuous monitoring. Regulators need to encourage risk-based governance instead of just checkbox compliance. And within the ecosystem, we need to invest in people, whether it's through training, whether it's through sessions like this, knowledge sharing, certifications, shadowing. All of these things are of paramount importance. So the future of IT assurance isn't actually about working harder, it's about working smarter, faster, and together. Thank you. And sorry, I went over by about 3 minutes. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Mara. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you agree with me that that was an extemporaneous delivery, kindly put your hands together for that was well on spot. Thank you so much, Mara. We deeply appreciate your time with us. So I'll just get back to one of the questions that we deferred for this other part of the session. Someone asked earlier. So this is the question. Says that GRC seems to be most prominent in the financial sector. How does IT governance differ across other industries? And are there sectors where you see growing demand for GRC professionals? I'm sure you touched some of this earlier, so especially the first part of the question.
Sorry, I'm trying to look for it in the chat. I can't find it, but healthcare, we see a
Sorry,
lot
can I read the question again?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the question is, GRC seems to be most prominent in the financial sector. How does IT governance differ across other industries? And are there sectors where you see growing demand for GRC professionals?
Great, thank you. The sectors where I see that demand is health tech. There's a lot of health tech coming up. I can give you an example. One of my clients is called Blood GPT, and it is essentially what it sounds like, Chat GPT, but for your blood results. Everyone, you go to the doctor, you may get the results. It's very confusing. If you're not a medical practitioner, you can't understand what it means. You'll see all these different numbers, charts, figures. So Blood GPT makes it easier for you to understand what your diagnosis is, what it's telling you about maybe future ailments or medical history, etc., familial things you may inherit. So you can imagine the amount of sensitive data that would go through that, and you've combined it with emerging technology. So I think health tech is an industry that there is a huge need for IT GRC professionals. I think any company you see that has digital in its name or tech in its name, that's guaranteed. Also, I think you also have to look at it from a data perspective. There's not a person here, I'm sure, who hasn't heard data as the new oil, right? Any industry or any vector company that deals with data of individuals, and depending on your jurisdiction in South Africa, it's also data of companies comes into scope, right? So look at it as personal data, sensitive data, whether it's your or confidential data, whether it's your trade secrets, whether it's your code, whether it's your unique product specs. We all saw what happened with Apple, where a former employee had still had their device and they took that to another company and then they started sharing the secrets. That's important because that means at a very basic level, it means that Apple didn't offboard properly. Offboarding from systems and infrastructure environments of the company where there's corporate data is an IT-GRC thing. So you have to look at it as what is something that you don't want people to know, either on a personal level or competitively at a corporate level, right? Your competitors, if they know this, will they have an advantage over you? That's pretty much true for any industry. I said health tech because of the sensitive personal data element, but actually IT-GRC is important in this digital day and age for all businesses. There is not a single business I can think of that would not benefit from this. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, sure, you did. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. So the last question for today for you. Here it says, is there a distinction between IT audit and cybersecurity audit? If there is, how should they be handled to provide complete, sorry, I think that went off a bit. Yeah, how should they be handled to provide complete technological assurance?
Okay, that's a great question. So cybersecurity is actually a subset of IT security. So IT audit should cover cybersecurity, right? And I think a lot of people use cybersecurity as the parent as opposed to IT as the parent. So that's the nuanced distinction. I think complete technological assurance is I always say you can never be 100% compliant, mainly because there are zero-day vulnerabilities, which means tomorrow a new vulnerability can appear, which is why, again, in the security realm, you have to constantly patch systems, especially if you have legacy servers or whatever. You have to run vulnerability tests and assessments and app scanning, all these different things, and patch your systems to keep them updated in case there is a zero-day vulnerability. So there's no such thing as 100% technological assurance. But again, back to my presentation, if you continuously test, if you continuously monitor, if you engage A4S for these additional audits, and I know it sounds drastic, like why do we have to do more audits? But these things will help you reach that higher maturity level of technological assurance. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing your insights, your wealth of experience. We deeply appreciate. One thing I particularly appreciated is that risk management is becoming more continuous, more intelligent, and more proactive. So a wise person will make very good use of that information. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being with us today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've spent the last hour discussing governance, frameworks, controls, and technology. But I'd like us to consider one final thought. Just for a second, imagine that in your organization, you've invested a lot when it comes to cybersecurity, be it the latest technologies, like we have the strongest firewalls, monitoring, modern governance frameworks, and everything. Everything actually appears to be, very secure. But at some point, one employee receives what appears to be an email from the HR. And just at that point of clicking, it became a mistake. And suddenly, the organization is responding to a major incident. The question then is, how then will the organization build a culture in which cybersecurity becomes everyone's responsibility? So it's not just something that is left for the IT or the security teams, something that everyone, all employees, they need to put their hands on deck to fight it. Would love to hear your perspective on this. Please, Mr. George.
Great so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Please allow me to share my screen. Yeah, please let me know once my screen is visible.
It's visible, sir.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So it's a real pleasure to be with you today, and many thanks to you for taking time to join this particular session. So I know we've talked about cybersecurity, we've talked about risk, we've talked about different technical things, but now we want to talk to tone down and discuss something slightly different. So before we even talk about cybersecurity, before we even talk about governance, before we even talk about a risk, I would like to ask a question. Have you ever maybe probably looked at a major incident within your organization and wondered, how did nobody see this coming? Yeah, so if that thought ever crossed your mind, you are not alone. So from my experience working with different organizations, different jurisdictions, different countries, this is something that I usually come across quite often. So after working with many organizations in different sectors, I've realized something. So we've talked about technology. So to me, technology really surprises me. People do. And that is what I would like us to explore in this particular session, because this session conversation is not really about technology, it's about people, it's about leadership, and it's about the decision that determine whether good controls succeed or fail. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, a bank employee came to work like any other day. He logged in, just like any other person within an organization. So he wasn't an attacker. He wasn't an outsider. He wasn't breaking into the system. He already had permission. Part of what his job was processing failed transaction reversals. So one day, he credited a family member's account. Nothing happened. So he did it again and then again. Eventually, the pattern spread to more than 1,000 accounts before anyone stopped them. So think about that. He didn't defeat the firewall. He didn't bypass security. He simply used the access the organization had trusted him with. So to me, that's what digital accountability is all about. Access should always come with accountability. And this is the story of one Union Bank of Nigeria that happened before. So we had an employee electronics products team, and the fraud was internal abuse of a legitimate reversal privileges. And in terms of the account, it started with just one family member, and eventually of 1,190 accounts across multiple banks. So the question is not how he got access. The question is, why didn't anyone notice? Right? So that is the question that we are supposed to ask as part of the leadership. And that transition me leadership accountability. So whenever something goes wrong, our first question is usually, who did it? But I think as leaders within the organization, the board, the C-suite, we should now start asking a different question first. What did we miss? Instead of who did it, we instead ask what we did miss. So somewhere between the first unusual transaction from our story and the 1,000, someone should have already noticed the pattern. So leadership is not just about approving policies. Leadership is about paying attention. So one question can actually change everything. Is this normal? So sometimes that single question prevents tomorrow's headline. So whenever something goes wrong, that is how probably conventional leaders or organizations do ask, who did it? But now we are saying that the question should be, why didn't we notice this sooner? So, but the leaders cannot see everything. That is why accountability has to exist through the organization, So this brings me to a phrase that we have had constantly. So we often hear people say that employees are the weakest link. So to me, I do not agree with that. The reason why most employees want to do the right thing, but the question is whether we have equipped them to actually do it. So training is not just about compliance, it's about confidence. So when people understand the risk, they begin spotting things that technology actually misses. So I've seen this during cyber drills and tabletop exercises. And the biggest lesson is never about technology. It's about people learning to ask better questions. And that's what investment in people looks like. So we do not become accountable because we attend training. We become accountable because we have practiced making good decisions. And when enough people start asking this particular question, something else begins to change. And that is what we call the culture. So I must say that culture is visible and what gets rewarded gets repeated. So we are saying that culture is not written in a policy. Culture is visible in everyday behavior. So what gets rewarded within your organization? What gets ignored? What gets challenged? So these are the kind of questions that we should start asking. So if people are rewarded only for speed, they will ignore the risk. And if they're recognized for speaking up, they will protect their organization. And that is why regulators today are not satisfied with policy sitting on the shelf. They are asking, show me how this works in practice. So there's a cultural question, not just a compliance question. So people often ask me, how do I know if my organization has a bad culture? So my answer is usually simple. Watch what gets rewarded, and that is your culture. So which brings us to the hardest part. which is change management. So you are supposed to ideally explain before you enforce, and that is what we call a change. So we're saying that every controls needs a conversation. So whenever organization introduce a new control, someone asks why. If that question never gets answered, people eventually work around the control, trying to beat around the system or to understand it. Not because they are bad people, but because they are busy people. So I've learned that change becomes easier when people understand the control protects them as much as it protects their organization. Understanding will definitely create ownership, and ownership ultimately will create accountability. So if people do not understand what, or rather, if people do not understand why the control exists, they will eventually work around it. Not because they are bad people, but because they are busy people. So imagine with me, you have a senior executive within an organization. So they're in a boardroom, they want to present maybe a board meeting. So whenever they go to the projector, it has a multi-factor authentication, or it has these controls embedded within it. So they try to enforce or have the MFA work, it doesn't work. So eventually, what will happen in that particular case, they try to bypass or circumvent the actual controls that are actually meant to protect the organization and protect themselves. And that is why we are saying that people are actually busy. It's not that they are bad. So before we enforce every change or any change within the organization, we are supposed to actually allow the conversation for people to understand why are we actually having this particular change. Because it's not about enforcing change just for the sake of it. It's about moving with your people along. So let's go back to the story that we started with, the incidents that we had from the Nigerian bank. So tomorrow morning, which is Friday, the last day of actually is July 2026, before your first meeting, before your first email, before your first report, I want to ask you one question. Is there anything happening today that doesn't look normal? So imagine if someone had asked a question in our opening story. Maybe the fraud stops after one account instead of more than 1,000. So we are saying that digital accountability begins with question. So my question to you, which brings me to my final thought. We are saying that, or rather, this is the thought that I would like to, for me to leave you with. So tomorrow morning, thousands, of course, will log into organizational systems. Most of them will do exactly what they are supposed to do, just like the example that we gave earlier from our story. The person had access, they had the privileges because they had been trusted by the organization to do the right thing. So tomorrow morning, thousands of people we are seeing will log into your organization system because, of course, they've been entrusted that as part of their job. So most of them will do exactly what they are supposed to do, whether it is login, whether it is monitoring, whether it is cybersecurity, risk people, they will be doing the right thing. But a few may be tempted not to. So the difference won't always be technology. It will often be the culture that you've built as an organization, because every control is designed by people, it is operated by people, and ultimately it will succeed or fail because of people. So what I am saying is, technology will create capability, people will create trust, but culture will determine the outcome. So culture is the control that will never expire. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the end of my presentation. So thank you so much for following. I submit.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. George. We deeply appreciate your time. That was a fitting way to conclude our panel discussion. So something that stood out for me is that, yes, technology can be purchased, policies can be written, but culture must be built. So thank you very much, sir. Let us take just one question from the chat box. Just one. Due to our time, we'll just take one question. I'm yet to find a question here in the chat box. So just take only one question. Okay, it seems there is no question at the moment for you, Mr. George. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for your concise presentation, and you managed your time very well. We deeply appreciate it. Oh, okay. Just one question in here. If you had just one recommendation for transforming an organization's approach to digital risk, what would it be? And how should boards and compliance leaders begin implementing it today? So did you get the question?
Yeah, sure, I got the question. Well, that's a good one and a quite mouthful. So if myself, I had one recommendation for transforming an organization's approach to digital risk. So the question to me is what that will be and how should the boards and the compliance leaders begin implementing today? I think one of our distinguished speakers, Prof, had earlier on mentioned about having a unified risk-driven framework. But for me, what I normally advise organizations or businesses is basically taking a proactive approach instead of taking a reactive approach, because the question actually shifted from if to when. So if I was to advise an organization or the board is to take a risk-driven approach to actually assess their organization in terms of what matters to them. That's why we usually have the business critical, the mission critical systems or assets within the organization, ensuring that you also have an inventory of your assets, understanding what are your crown jewels. I think one person actually mentioned within this webinar about data being the new oil. So having that understanding and actually performing a risk assessment within the organization. I think there was a question also around the regulation of AI, because we are in an ever-evolving threat landscape. So today we are talking about AI, we are talking about blockchain, we are talking about robotics, machine learning, quite a number of technologies that are evolving at
I can't hear them. Is this are they talking?
Sorry? Sorry, is someone asking something?
No, go ahead, please, sir.
Okay, sure, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so my approach will be for you to actually perform a risk assessment, understand what matters to you, because every digitization, every technology, of course, comes with its own set of advantages, but at the same time, it also comes with its own set of risks. So understanding the intersection between the benefits that it will bring and the risk that it will actually bring with it within your organization. So performing a risk management and understanding what will actually onboard within your organization. And of course, this conversation beginning from the leadership, beginning from the top, being cascaded down to the rest of the team. So I think that will be my take for that question.
Thank you so much, sir. We enjoyed everything you said, and I'm sure that we'll make sure that we put it into practice in our different organization. Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to end this panel session with this African proverb that I have been told when I was young. It says that wisdom is like a baobab tree. It sounds funny, no doubt, but there is wisdom in that statement. So it says wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one person can actually embrace it alone. And when we look at today's conversation, we see that it actually has proven that proverb to be true, that when it comes to building digital resilience is a shared responsibility. Be it government, be it businesses, be it technology leaders, regulators, every individual, we all have a role to play. So I'll leave you with this one question. What role will you play in building a safer and more trusted digital Africa? Thank you so much to our speakers, our panelists, everyone who participated in today's discussion. And lastly, a good afternoon. Over to you, please, Madam Okeji. Can you hear me?
All right. All right. I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan, for handling that panel section so good. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. And like I told you guys at the start of this, that we actually had power-packed speakers for you. I mean, you could see the whole presentation, the whole speakers from the first to the second to the third, and the message was so lit. I know that definitely what we've learned from here is something we could definitely take back home to apply in our own workplace. I mean, you then already confirmed this, that it's power packed. Yes, exactly. So we didn't just get you guys ordinary speakers, we brought the best in their fields, right? Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you so much, Mr. George. Thank you to Lou. Thank you, Mr. Sylvester and Emidian. Thank you so much for moderating it so good. Thank you.
Thank you
So
very
moving on,
much.
we're going on to the next section. Thank you. So we'll be moving on to the next section for this. Please hold on while I share my screen, please.
What about cybersecurity? Zero trust is now mandatory. What would you expect?
Is there a volume on your end for this?
You're not trusting anyone in your home as well. Not on the screen. Now, AI is talked about how this is the product way was our lives, our tasks, and so on. But in reality, AI is only makes also bad in the matter of the direction which is first that sanctions after that which are recognized. All of this is created by AI. So what does that mean? Essential, not only implement it in the correct way, but essential only when you get your endpoints. One example where you have sufficient emails and trust each network they implement, how they compare from personal bank, so on. And yes, probably everybody knows that you're not transferring funds from your account when you're at the airport, right? Yeah. But in that case, that's still be hackers only.
Okay, the video is not consistent. I don't know if it's from my end.
Oh, all right. Perhaps you should. Maybe it's the network on my own end, or maybe you could play it from your end. So sorry about
Okay,
that.
maybe we can skip. Maybe we can skip the video and then go to the next.
Move on to the next. All right.
Yes.
Please hold. All right. So moving on to the next section for the summit. I mean, we're gradually coming to a close end, right? We'll be having our partner, one of our partners. They'll be delivering a message on Beyond the Breach, integrating digital forensics into Africa's IT-GRC framework. And this will be done by Mr. Ahmed Bukar from the International Cybersecurity and Digital Forensic Academy. Mr. Bukar, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, depending on your time zone. I'm from Nigeria, so good afternoon to you all, and I'm happy to be here actually, more especially the presentation from the great speakers and great personalities, and throughout the summit is just a wonderful journey and a very beautiful one. But I want to begin my talks with a beautiful question. I want to ask, how many organization representatives are here today that have a formal IT-GRC framework in place, like from the people that we have here? The room is silent. Please, am I audible?
Well, not really audible, but I can hear you. I think you should kind of
Can you
speak
hear
up a
me
bit.
now?
I can
Can you hear me clearly now?
I think it's better, quite better, but I think you could actually, try to speak up a bit. Thank you.
Yeah. What about now?
Yes, better. All right. You can go ahead,
So
Mr.
I'm
Ahmed.
audible.
Thank you.
So I wanted to tell me what about. I wanted to start my talk with a question. I wanted to know how many organizations represented here have a formal IT-GRC framework in place? This is the question because there have a lot of discussions that have happened here, a lot of great minds, like more especially when the professor was talking, I have to agree to myself, yeah, there are professionals in their own field and people that you can think a second time that you say this person is an expert in his own field. So we have been discussing all about the GRC framework, this and that. So I want to begin like with the question. How many organizations that have their representative here today have a formal IT-GRC framework in place? Maybe
Hello,
we may
Mr.
have a
Ahmed. I feel
yes.
it's still not audible enough. I don't know if it's your network or
Wow.
something. I can barely hear you. Are you using a headphone or something? Probably you could disconnect that and speak directly to your
Okay,
device.
maybe let me do that.
All right, thank you.
Let me talk to the device directly. Okay, what about now?
Yes, better. I can hear you now.
Okay, so we have had a lot from a wonderful speakers and then great minds in our mix and very generous set of people that they have to share the deep insights of what knowledge they have. So this give me a thought that I wanted to ask. We have been talking about this. It's not just about the talks, not representation of the papers, but I want to actually know, I want to ask this question like, how many organizations represented here today have a formal IT-GRC framework in place? Just a question. That's the question I wanted to ask. Maybe I know quite a number of people who say they have it, they have it, they have it. So the question yet again is, now, how many organizations have a documented, tested plan for what happened in the next 60 minutes after breach? For instance, you have a documented, tested plan for what happens in the first 60 minutes after breach. Silence again. So, because I wanted to say this because a governance framework without the answer is not a security posture, it's just a paperwork. That is the reality. So my name is Ahmad Bukar and I am representing the International Cybersecurity and Digital Forensic Academy, ICDFA. And in the next few minutes, I want to talk about the human layer that makes the difference between a framework on paper and a framework that holds and framework that matters. So first of all, I wanted to talk about ICDFA. ICDFA was built on a conviction that most institutions in this space have not yet fully reckoned with. The most dangerous gap in Africans' digital security is not a technology gap. Like Professor said, I can still relate to his talks and beautiful presentation. It is a people gap. So ICDFA, from its inception to date, we have trained over 5,000 cybersecurity and digital forensic professionals. We operate through 5 dedicated schools covering cybersecurity, digital forensic, ethical hacking, internship training, and vocational development. And our certifications are accepted by government agencies, law enforcement bodies, and private sectors organizations globally. And we are authorized Palo Alto Network training partners.
accredited by NISIDIA, like Nasarawa State Information Technology Development Agency, and recognized by the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. But behind every one of those credentials is the same answer to the same question. When a breach happens, who do you call? And are they ready? This is always the question. So to answer this, let me hello. To answer this, let me speak about the ICDFA graduates, what they can be able to do, because specificity is the only honest measure of an institution. A graduate of our School of Digital Forensic can acquire digital forensic for a compromised device, maintain an unbroken chain of custody, perform forensic analysis, and present findings that will hold up in a court flow. A graduate of our School of Ethical Hacking is trained to think like the adversary, which remains the only reliable method of binding a defense that actually works. Our 6-month digital forensic internship training doesn't produce certificate holders. It produces practitioners who have already worked real forensic cases before they enter the workforce. That is the difference between training people and building institutional capacity. Here is the context. Like, let's make all this discussion is not just like, let's come and represent papers. Let's talk about the data, present the data, and walk away. This make it all in all, it seems like the situation at hand is very urgent. And Africa digitalizing faster than its cybersecurity workforce can grow. Every new digital government portal, every fintech platform, every hospital record moving to a connected system create an attack surface that must be defended by a human being who knows what they are doing. The threats are not waiting for us to catch up. Whether we are doing what we're supposed to do to catch up, the cyber threats are not no slagging and are no slowing down to wait for us to catch up with the speed that they are moving. So ICDFA's scholarship program was designed specifically for this moment. Merit-based scholarship, which is fully funded, because we have financial circumstances should never, we believe that financial circumstances should never be determined who is to be permitted to protect a continent. We have a 20% of every scholarship batch is preserved for candidates from across Africa, not just Nigeria. Cybersecurity is mandatory to all and the equal chance to be given to everyone. And 20% of the scholarship opportunity at ICDFA is open to all Africa as a continent, and rest of the 80% is open to everyone. Africans should be included, and then the rest of the world should be there. The mandate is continental. That is the reality. And this is not a charity. This is an infrastructure. So before I leave you, there are 3 things that separate an institution that is real from the one that is merely well-positioned. I wanted to give you this. Partnership, like I said earlier, our partnership, not just with the A4S, partnership with Follow Walter, Netidia, and over 50 organizations spanning government, industry, and civil society across Africa. And our accreditation includes the TRCN, the NDPR compliance training program aligned with the NIST ISO 27001 and EC Council framework that serious organizations measure themselves against. An ICDFA graduate doesn't arrive at an organization looking for their first opportunity. They arrive ready. Our internship program guarantees that every graduate has already done a real work under real condition before they walk through our door. Real institutions are measured by what their people can do the day they live. That is our only standard. And our vision, I want to hold a picture for a movement, Africa with a fully trained digital forensic and cybersecurity workforce is our mission. And it looks like a bridge that is contained within an hour, not a month. Not thinking there is another person in the third-party organization that we have to call to contain. If you have the trained personality in your organization and they have the capacity, the need for their capacity to be built, which is not an option, which is not a privilege, which is not something to be taught for a second chance. It's something that to be implemented, action in every day, every time. It looks like the digital evidence has survived the scrutiny of the courts. It looks like a regulator who can audit with authority, investigate who can act, investigator who can act with precision, an organization that can recover without losing the trust of its people that it serves. The future is not a technology program. Every tool that futures require already exists and Africa has it. The only thing that the future needs is the people who know how to use those tools when everything is on the line. When the only thing, the only shield, the only gap between the generational wealth of an organization and the bridge or adversary is the person that is standing between the two worlds. And the ICDFA is training people for those today in Nigeria and for Africa. I want to give you 3 distinctive pathways, and I ask you to decide now which one is yours. If you are an individual professional in this room, visit icdfa.edu.ng to apply for any training. If you meet off with the standard of the merit-based scholarship, you are going to enjoy full scholarship program. Everything during your journey throughout the scholarship journey will be taken care of. And the only requirement is that you have to be serious about the work. And if you are an organization or you are representing an organization, let us design a workforce development partnership. We are people trained to a standard that genuinely protect your infrastructure, your data, and your client will be guaranteed by ICDFA. Lastly, if you are an employee, we have a certified graduate network, practitioners who are not entry-level in anything but experience, ready today. One of those 3 is for you. The only question is whether you act on it. Every IT-GRC framework in this room based on one assumption. That is something goes wrong, someone knows what to do. So at ICDFA, we build that one someone that every organization needs, so that when things goes wrong, that very someone knows what to do to protect the organization. So thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. That was a great and insightful one. I mean, from the beginning of this summit till now, would say that we can't overemphasize the usefulness or the importance of partnership, right? I mean, no organization has it all. Nobody can do it all by themselves. Even in Africa, we are still growing and we need one another. We need each other. Organization needs to partner with like minds to, push this gospel we're preaching to the future. So like he said, you can always go ahead to check out their website and see 1 or 2 things there that you could actually be interested in and be part of it. I can see Buka Somalia's hand raised.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I will
you.
brief. I will
Yes.
brief. I'll be brief. Sorry. Actually, I am
Okay.
so much happy to have you, because
All
you are
right.
also attached to Panoramics Energy Synergy, which I was also part of them, and I did a lot of stuffs under them.
Sorry, Mr.
So
Buka, can you hear me? Sorry, please can
yeah,
you drop your concern in the chat room? We'll respond to you.
wow,
We want to
wow,
make
wow. No, my one is not a question because it's just a
okay.
clarification based on what he has said.
Okay.
Actually, because because what we people are doing is a nice work because they're trying to bring us together so that we can be able to have more insight on what is going on, especially in the emerging technology.
Okay.
And yeah, so the issue where he made mention about, is not the issue about human capacity, it's issue about technicality. Yeah. Actually, we also have, that shortage of human capacity because I am just looking for a way how we can be able to, interface face to face. All this training that we are doing on cybersecurity, data protection offices, and other things, we are mostly doing that online.
Okay.
So most of this online, despite the fact that we have practical sessions where we have instructor with computer and other things.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Don't worry. Since maybe
please drop it in the chat room because we don't have to give the rest. Sorry,
okay,
I'm
no
so
problem,
sorry,
no
but we
problem.
don't have to keep the rest waiting. So you can drop it on the chat room. He will definitely respond to you on the chat room, and probably we can take it up from there. Please.
Okay, no problem,
All
no
right.
problem.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Thank you very
Apologies
much.
for this,
Thank you.
but we just have to.
No problem, no problem. We are all part of the program, so
All
there's
right.
no
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you so much. All right. So coming to the close of this event, we'll be having our closing remark by our Chief Operating Officer, Edith Ugochukwu. I mean, this was meant to be from 10 till I think 1:30, but we've really gone far past our time. So Edith, please, the floor is yours now. Thank you. Hello, Edith, are you there? Hello, Edith, can you hear me?
All right. Thank you very much, Ogechi. Please confirm that I'm very audible at your end.
Yes, you are very audible at my end. Thank you.
Oh, great. I mean, it's been a very impactful summit today, and my notes are filled up, or my note is filled up, because from Dallas to Professor Emmanuel down to the panel session, it's been full packed, and I am really elated with the results and the success that we've recorded so far in the course of this summit. And so at this very particular point, I want to say to all our distinguished speakers, esteemed panelists, valued participants, partners, and colleagues, thank you so much for being part of this very impactful summit as we come to the close of this inaugural African Perspectives on IT-GRC. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who made today a success. We've heard insightful discussions, practical experiences, and thought-provoking perspectives. One message has echoed throughout today's conversation, and that is that digital resilience is not achieved just by technology alone. It is built through strong governance, proactive risk management, and culture of compliance. So as Africa continues its digital transformation, the responsibility rests with all of us, leaders, professionals, regulators, and innovators, to ensure that our digital future is not only innovative, but also secure, resilient, and trusted. Today's event should not be the end of the conversation. It should be the beginning of strong collaborations across industries, across the continent. Let us take the insights we've gained today back to our different organizations and translate them into actions. And on behalf of A4S, I extend a heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, partners, and every participant who invested their time and expertise to make this event impactful. This is one of the beginning, this is only the beginning rather, and African Perspectives IT-GRC is a platform that will continue to bring together thought leaders and practitioners committed to strengthening Africa's digital ecosystem through collaboration, innovation, and good governance. So once again, thank you very much for being with us. And lastly, Let me quickly pull up this particular slide of mine. So here, let me put it on projection mode. So at A4S, these are our key 6 core business operations, and we offer or deliver trainings around or within these core business focuses of ours. We deliver trainings, different ISO standard trainings and certifications. So if within your organization or you're an individual who would like to, go through any of these trainings, and please call on us. And for your organizations, we would love to tailor the trainings that your organizations need, as the case may be. So thank you very much once again, everyone, for being part of this very epoch-making summit. And we'll see you again, because we do have other summits lined up for the year or before the year runs out. So we'll see you again, hopefully, on those other summits. Do enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you once again for being part of this summit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Edith, for that good closing remark. And I would definitely speak from the mouth of the audience that they have actually had a very great one all through the summits, even up to now. So now what's next? What's next? Just like this particular summit, we have the HR Resource Summit coming up in September 21st. I mean, before the IT-GRC, we've had a series of summits coming that we've been actually doing since all this while. We had one in March, we had one in May, and this one, the IT-GRC, 30th of July today. And then the next summit that will be coming up is the African Perspective Human Resource Summit to be coming up on the 24th of September. If you would love to be part of this, the registration link will be dropped in the chat room. Please ensure you register for it and be part of the conversation. Hopefully you get to see our faces again, and we'll get to see you again for the next summit. So please make sure you register so that you can always get reminders as regards the event, and you get ready for it. And I promise you it's going to be as impactful as it is as well. So now we also have our tax training here at A4S. We also invest in training Africans on sustainability. The 3rd cohort will be in August, and it's a free training. At the end of the training, you'll have your certification exam that's going to be done for free. So it's not just for people in Nigeria, for everybody across Africa. Like the name implies, train Africans on sustainability. So if this is what interests you as well, please ensure you register for it. The link will also be dropped in the chat room. Ensure to be part of it. And the next cohort is August 20th. So mark the calendar for this, because sustainability pertains to every individual. The way we live on Earth and all of that, you have to live a sustainable life. So ensure you're part of this. So for the next slide here, once again, I want to say thank you to everybody for being with us to this time for the African Perspective IT-GRC. And I mean, if not for your attendance, this wouldn't even be a success, right? Because even that we brought the speakers and all of that, they won't come and speak to themselves. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for taking out your time in your busy schedule to be here as well. And also, I want to know your thoughts. We want to hear from you. We want to get your feedback. The feedback form will be posted in the chat room as well. Please ensure you fill the form, and I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to fill the form, and let us know your feedback, what you think, areas of improvement, how we can work better in our next summit and all of that. I mean, your thoughts and your feedback matters a lot while we prepare for this summit ahead of time. Thank you so much. So ensure you click on the feedback link in the chat room. Thank you. So definitely, you would also be having more conversations on things like this. We're having more trainings, more webinars, more conferences, and you can't get all of this if you're not following us on any of our social media platform. I mean, you have to be updated with insights and everything we do here. So ensure you follow us on Instagram, the ASP platform. That's the African Perspective platform. Also, the organizers are A4S Limited, and A4S Limited are LinkedIn name is A4S Limited. On Instagram, you can find us at A4S Online, and our website is www.a4sonline.com. Ensure you be a part of this so you get updated as we post on there regularly as regards our activities, so you don't miss out on anything. Also, direct link, the links are posted on the chat room. Please ensure you click on it to be part of our community. Also, our WhatsApp community is this. Ensure you click on it, join our WhatsApp community. There we interact with individuals, interact with people, and there's a real communication back and forth between we and our audience on our WhatsApp community as well. So ensure you click on the link and join the WhatsApp community also. You can also contact us via any of these means, our website, www.a4sonline.com, or through our email address, info@a4sonline.com, or through any of the number displayed on your screen here. Just screenshot it or write it down somewhere for our service, and anything you want. You can reach out to anybody on this line and we'll be glad to respond to you at any time. So lastly here, I would be talking about our training calendars. A4S also offers professional trainings to organizations. So if any of this interests you or your organization, or you feel like it's something that your organization would love to adopt or be part of, please take a screenshot of this. Contact us via any of the numbers displayed or through our WhatsApp community and reach out to us for any of this training. We'll be more than glad to do the training for you. I mean, from the caliber of speakers we've gotten today, you should know that, yes, these people are capable of giving you the best trainers ever. So please make sure you do that and reach out to us. We'll be glad to attend to that. Thank you so much for being with us so far. Please hold on. I think this should be my last slide. Okay. So it is already displayed this earlier, and these are the trainings that you can actually reach out to us for, ISO trainings and all of this. So if any of this interests you, kindly take a screenshot, reach out to us via our contacts lines or website or our email address, and we're glad to respond to you. So for the organizing team, I mean, this wonderful work you've seen here was not done by just one person, right? These are the beautiful people that came together from the back to the end, every single thing from the beginning, from the initial to the finishing. These are the wonderful people that came together to make this a success. So these are the organizing teams. And I want to just give them a thumbs up or a thank you or a clap to the amazing teams that have been working tirelessly behind the scene for this past few months to ensure that this IT-GRC is a success. So thank you to the organizing team. Thank you so much for your commitments. Thank you for your good work, and thank you for all that you have done. Now it's time for pictures. At this point, I want everyone, all of us, please go ahead to turn on your camera while we take our pictures as we bring this to a beautiful end. However, turn on your pictures first, please, so we can capture everyone. So by the time you're telling people that you attended so summit, they will see your picture on our Hall of Fame. So please turn on your pictures, everybody. Turn on your camera, sorry. Turn on your cameras so we can take our pictures. Please turn on your cameras. Thank you. Turn on your cameras. I haven't seen enough pictures yet, please. Please turn on your cameras. Turn on your cameras. All right. I think we just have a few people. Please turn on your cameras. Turn on your cameras so we can take our pictures. When you please confirm that you can turn it on. All right, so you can turn it on now. All right, yeah. So we have so many lovely and beautiful faces on the screen here. Wow. I mean, you've been the one seeing my face since now. I have the button to see your face. So please turn on the camera. All right, all right. When you please, by the time you take the pictures, let us know, please. Okay. Are you done? All right, so she's done. The picture has been taken. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope to see your beautiful faces again. So if you have anything to say or comments to drop, please drop it in the chat room. We'll be glad and more than happy to assist you or reach out to you. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us at this time. I remain your humble host, Ogechi Okechukwu. Thank you.